Alright everybody, welcome. Let's go ahead and enjoy this here video. I'm already about 3 hours in, not too much has been missed, but I think you guys will enjoy it.
There are small hints as to the chronology of things, but still, there are moments where things might be inaccurate. So, with that in mind, the events are chronicled in this order, as I believe they are indeed the correct order. There must have been first a time of peace, where Guardians were allowed to reflect on their greatness, and when the city was assured of the supremacy of its defenders. It is perhaps the only thing that makes sense, because of the hubris of what happened next. The city was keen to expand its territory further. It started with small expeditions to the outer worlds of the system, and to the inner core. In particular of note, Saint 14 had been tasked with leading one such group of survivors to try and recolonize Mercury, before realizing that it was overrun by the House of Rain. Whilst these initial failures had slowed them down, the Last City was still looking to reclaim humanity's lost wonders, and they set their sights in the same place that pre-Golden Age humans had long ago. They looked to the moon, our one true celestial neighbor within striking distance. The initial reports suggested that Luna was Hive territory, with something of a ragtag fallen presence there too. The consensus was committed to securing a foothold on the moon and retaking it for humanity, and even as they suddenly realized that it was also home to the Hive, they did not believe they could be stopped. But in the meeting where the forces were being committed to war, and where the consensus was ready to vote on an invasion of the moon, they were interrupted by a Guardian called Lord Shaxx, a former warlord of great renown and power. Shaxx was one of the most tested battlefield commanders in the city, and he knew in his gut that the assault on the moon was a terrible idea. He had seen what the Hive could do. He remembered a key victory that the city had fought against them, a conflict that they had barely won. It was known as the Battle of the Burning Lake, and there Shaxx had witnessed firsthand the power of the Hive's blades, and understood that in them there was a potential answer to the light of Guardians. They were not like any other force in Sol. They could summon the true powers of darkness to their side. But despite his pleas, Lord Shaxx was ignored, and the Guardians of the Last City began to assemble into the greatest army of Guardians that had ever been seen. A host of thousands would assemble under the banner of the Cormorant Seal, led by the Praxic Order, and they would march on Luna with the intent of reclaiming humanity's stellar birthright. Unique weapons of war such as the Thunderlord and its sisters Abaddon and the Nova Mortis were created in preparation for the assault. It was meant to be the great liberation of Luna, but it would be known instead as the Great Disaster. Upon their arrival, the forces of Guardians would spread out to capture their objectives, and would encounter fierce resistance from the bands of Fallen that they came across. But when they hit the depths of Luna, then things would change. The hit and fade tactics of the Fallen would be troublesome, but they were merely a band of exiles trying to scrape out a living on the moon's harsh surface. The real threat below were Luna's true rulers. When the armies of the Hive emerged to engage the Guardians, the battle that would commence was titanic in scale. The Guardians would see the strength of this terrible power firsthand, and would be forced to face their champion at the height of his power. Crota had arrived, and his brood washed over the army of the Cormorant Seal like a tide. With his sword, the Darkest Edge, in hand, Crota personally slew some of the Last City's greatest champions, including Wei Ning, one of the greatest titans that ever lived. Their light was drained by his blade, and their ghosts would be crushed into screaming knives that he used to murder them. At Mare Ibrium, where the greatest part of the battle took place, Crota fought with 1,000 knights at his back. The skies themselves turned green with soulfire, and when Crota's sword fell, it cracked the surface of the moon, creating deep green fissures that remain to this day. The Guardians were pushed back, and then routed entirely. A general retreat was sounded. The battle was lost. Following this moment, the consensus tail between its legs, and realizing its mistake too late, declared that there would be an interdiction zone on the moon and within all cislunar space. No operations on the moon were to be sanctioned by the Vanguard, and Guardians venturing there would receive no further logistical or operational support. The moon was lost, and humanity's dream of reclaiming their Golden Age heritage was promptly shattered. Despite this, vengeance was a desire that burned in the chests of many Guardians. None more so than Eriana III, who had seen her lover Wei Ning die at Crota's hands. A vision given to her by a wizard that she had interrogated on the moon showed her this exact moment. Alongside her friend Eris Morn, a renowned hunter, she sought the knowledge of her enemy, which she would use to destroy them. She would find herself then in the company of the one person who truly had that knowledge, an exiled master of Hive Arcana, the warlock Toland, the Shattered. Toland would join them and advised them on their return trip to the moon, but he did not disclose his true intentions till it was far too late. He was obsessed with the Hive's sword logic and believed it to be the proof of their supremacy throughout the universe, and so it was that this three was joined by the other half of their fire team, the six that would go on to assault Crota, the first Crota fire team: Eriana III, Eris Morn, Toland the Shattered, Omar Agar, Sai Mota, and Vel Tarlo. They would return to the moon and assault the Hellmouth to avenge those fallen at Mare Ibrium. 6 of them went down into the pit. Only one would crawl out. Vel Tarlo and Sai Mota would fall at the hands of the Hive, be they the Darkblade's thrall or the clawing screams of Omnigul. Omar Agar would be captured and broken, torn upon the rack by Crota's heart, a wizard whose intent was torture, and who stripped the light from his very being in strands to be fed to Crota's rising brood. Only Eriana and Toland would make it to the deepest part of the Hellmouth, to the stills, where no light reaches. They crossed into Crota's throne world, where Toland heard Yut the Death Singer, and died in body, though not in spirit. It isn't clear whether Eriana would face Crota or not, but there are hints that this moment might have indeed occurred. Rumor has it that in her final moments, she seemed as wholly luminescent as the sun itself. Alas, Crota's darkness was greater. Only Eris Morn would survive, thanks to the sacrifice of her ghost Briar. In the deepest parts of the Hive's lunar fortress, lost in its catacombs with the darkness closing in all around her, she clutched at something that she had kept close all this time, a relic of the Great Hunt against the Ahamkara, a shard of dragonbone. Even the remains of the Wish Dragons are potent enough to grant the desires of those that wield them, and in this moment, Eris's desire was great. She had lost her sight, lost her light, and lost her ghost. She wished for deliverance, and perhaps for revenge. And then black tears of terrible darkness began to drip from her eyes. She had already been robbed of her sight, but now at least it seemed as though she knew the way. She would steal the eyes of an acolyte, and for 100 years she persisted in the Hellmouth, until the fateful day when one day she might find a chance to crawl out and be the arm of vengeance returned at last. But that would not be for some time. The city had suffered greatly at the hands of its foes. There was trouble brewing within its own walls as well. Back at the Battle of the Six Fronts, Osiris's appointment to the Consensus was one of the earlier causes for a great degree of turmoil. The Concordat initially had frustrations with the Great Warlock. Osiris was often too consumed with his own work to attend Vanguard meetings, and the Concordat had more strange, specific complaints. Whether they were true or slander isn't known to this day. Osiris was consumed by his study of the Vex, and he believed that they were the greatest existential threat to humanity in the Lost City. The Speaker saw them as little more than a distraction keeping Osiris from his duties, and worse still, the two of them vehemently disagreed on many issues. Osiris often challenged the Speaker's authority, something the Speaker could not easily abide. The Consensus and the Lost City have always been a political place as well as a place of refuge, and in such a setting, a man like Osiris would gain a reputation beyond the reality of who he was. His controversial words and beliefs would be described by some as heretical, but others would see them as prophetic. Ultimately, this created a division of sorts within the city, and some would disregard his words entirely, whilst others believed that he spoke hidden truths in defiance of the speaker. A cult of personality was starting to form, with some openly proclaiming themselves to be Osiris's followers, much to Osiris's frustration. He knew he was no prophet. He saw himself as one simply trying to convey knowledge of the coming future. The people were twisting his words through reckless abandon and the desire to create sensationalism out of fact. And so he resolved to cut through the perspectives with knowledge. He resolved to write his findings down and collate them in the book, much against the warnings of his pupil, Ikora Rey, another powerful warrior.
If you're a very avid Destiny fan, I welcome you to stay. This is a 10-hour long video made by Mr. Bife. He did a huge collaboration. This entire thing on Destiny lore. You're welcome to stay and watch. Always welcome to come back. I'll be up for the next 7 hours, taking breaks here and there. Probably playing Geometry Dash or something like that. But you're always welcome to stay ominous, and I hope you enjoy.
Warlock. Osiris believed that he would add objectivity to the situation by doing this, but in reality, the release of these findings that he had made only became far worse. Osirian cultists began to distribute his findings en masse, calling them parables and prophecies. The speaker saw this and believed that it was a brewing insurrection, or at least a disagreement amongst the people of the Lost City that might boil over. He spoke to Saint 14, and despite Saint's urgings, he demanded that all copies of Osiris's writings should be burned. But this was only the beginning. Osiris still believed that the speaker wasn't listening to his warnings. He was correct, but his irritation with Osiris had gone even further at this point, and it had prevented him from listening to even Ikora, who was standing in for Osiris at consensus meetings. This inaction, as Osiris saw it, had even gone so far as to weaken the city. Osiris claimed that in particular, the defenses of the Lost City were weak around an area known as Twilight Gap, a prescient prediction, though none would know it until much later. The speaker reached his breaking point as the divisions between those that followed Osiris and those that rejected him were growing to a boiling point. In a full session of the consensus, the speaker moved to exile the warlock Osiris. The motion was presented in all its grandeur with a great speech by the speaker, and just as Osiris was about to be exiled, he arrived and declared that he would leave the Lost City regardless, imposing himself in a time of exile. Ikora Rey from that day onward would hold his position as the Warlock Vanguard. Followed by his ghost Sagira, Osiris would head to Mercury to understand the Vex better and to prepare to face them should the need arise. A gaggle of cultist followers would leave the city too, heading out into the wilds to make their homes beyond the speaker's influence. Some of them even followed Osiris to Mercury and set up a camp within the Caloris spires. Losing a few cultists is one thing, but Osiris's exile left tangible scars on the fabric of the city beyond even just a few people leaving. It was the first time that an internal force had split the city since the time of the faction wars. It was the first time it had truly been a single man. It was the first time it had been a guardian that had caused it. Whilst this hadn't spilled over into real conflict, it had split some of the guardians from the speaker's authority. Osiris's influence had started to inspire guardians to act independently of the authority of the Vanguard. This weakened the city, as some of the legends that we had known for so long as great defenders instead headed out into the wilds and never returned. Most notable of those would be those who followed on from Osiris's words that the Vex were indeed the most dangerous threat to the Lost City and humanity. Of them, the most infamous were the Hunter Pahanin, the Warlock Pradith, and the Titan known as Kabir the Legionless. These three would head to Venus, to the most infamous fortress of the Vex that had been around in Sol for billions of years. They attempted to infiltrate and destroy the Vault of Glass. So it was that they entered, but only one came out. The hunter, Pahanin, witnessed the power of the Vex and was forced to flee against it, being haunted by it for the rest of his days. The warlock Praedith of the future war cult was lost within the deepest reaches of the vault and was imprisoned there seemingly for all eternity. The Titan Kabir was beaten back by the Templar and then drank of Vex Radiolaria, thus enabling himself to be consumed by the Vex completely and to become one with them. Before he died, he did at least manage to drain what light of his remained into a shield, a paracausal force known as the Aegis that would break the unbreakable and let the light into the vault. Thus, some of humanity's greatest heroes would fall. Long ago, such individual legends being lost might have been born by the Lost City, but now they were occurring just as humanity was about to face its greatest test yet. Out in the system, scouts amongst the hunters had noticed significant fallen troop movement for some time. This was no coincidence. Long had the houses waited and watched the traveler with envy. They had always plotted the downfall of the city, but doing so was no small feat. After the failure of the House of Devils at the Battle of the Six Fronts, it was clear that the Lost City could not be taken easily. Not a single fallen house would be able to assail the Guardians in their own home. But what about a united force? If there was not one house but many houses attacking, then there was a far greater chance of victory. And so it was that the four greatest houses of the Eliksni coordinated together. The Kells of the Houses of Devils, Kings, Winter, and Wolves would marshal their forces and send them to Earth. Together they would unite in the greatest host of Eliksni that the galaxy had ever seen, ready to defeat the Guardians, break their walls, and reclaim the great machine at last. The exact number of fallen assembled in this battle is not made clear, but based on what little we know about the troop strength of the force being brought by the House of Wolves, it is easy to speculate that there must have been over 1 million fallen in this army. Such a tidal wave of a force would have eradicated the Lost City for good were it not for the actions of two staunch heroes who stood strong in their roles, one as a sovereign and the other as a guardian. The houses began to make their moves. The House of Devils, Kings, and Winter would be able to mobilize their forces more quickly and assembled on Earth with some haste. But the House of Wolves was not in the inner system. They were in the Jovian moons, and they would need to pass through the asteroid belt with their many catches in order to reach Earth. It was in this moment that their Kell made a fatal error. He stopped their catches at the largest asteroid in the asteroid belt known as Ceres. What he didn't know was that this was firmly in the middle of the territory of the Awoken of the Reef. Mara Sov, the Awoken Queen, was presented with a choice in this moment. She could allow the wolves to pass through, thus allowing them to trample on Awoken sovereignty and let the Lost City burn. Or she could intervene at this interruption and invasion, and she could put Awoken lives at risk in doing so. Mara had to choose to hide or to go to war, and Mara would choose war. Her devastating first strike on the House of Wolves made use of a tremendously powerful gravitational weapon, an ancient set of beings known as the Harbingers. The Harbingers were so powerful that they destroyed the asteroid of Ceres and left 500,000 dead from the House of Wolves in this first opening engagement. It is known as the Scatter, and it did exactly that. The Wolf Kell was amongst that number of dead, and in this sudden action, Mara had allowed herself to be embroiled in a conflict of her own, a conflict with the House of Wolves that would be known as the Reef Wars. Eventually, the House of Wolves would regroup under a powerful leader known as Skolas the Rabbit, but they were unable to continue onward to Earth until they had dealt with the Awoken threat. With that in mind, the Awoken had bought all the time that the city would need. But as we'll soon learn, even that almost wasn't enough. Mara Sov would continuously fight the House of Wolves to a standstill, up until the point at which one broke ranks with the Wolves. a scribe known as Varix the Loyal of House Judgment. He saw that Mara Sov was a leader that might at least be able to ignite the Elixni's fires for loyalty and unite them under one banner. He gave her critical information that led to the defeat and capture of Skolas. Skolas would have called Varix a traitor, no doubt, but given that he'd already removed two of Varix's arms, I feel as though Varix might not necessarily have cared. The remaining wolves either bent the knee to Mara or were imprisoned alongside their Kell in Varix's new jail, a facility that would one day come to be known as the Prison of Elders. With her victory here, Mara Sov had denied one of the fallen houses from an ability to attack Earth and potentially reclaim the Great Machine, but she had also denied the greatest possible reinforcements in the system for the houses of Kings, Winter, and Devils. Now there were only 3 houses instead of 4, but regardless, this was still the largest Elixni army that had ever been marshaled. Quickly, the last city's defense had to be organized. Lord Saladin Forge was in command with his protégés, Commander Zavala and Lord Shax at his side. As the last of the Iron Lords, aside from Lady Ephrodite, who had fled long ago, Saladin was well prepared for a siege, and he had great degrees of experience. But so did Lord Shax, and Shax also had an uncanny ability to see when a battle could be turned, something which would happen in the greatest and most heated moment of the battle that would ensue. In the end, the actions of a single fire team, Shax's fire team, would determine victory or defeat that day, and that fire team was present at the weakened part of the city's defenses that Osiris had pointed out to the speaker himself, at Twilight Gap. Here, Lord Shax was forced to hold the line, which he quickly saw was starting to buckle and break. Saladin also noted this, and believed that this would be where the tide broke through. If they broke through, it would be the end of humanity. The forces of the Elixni would overwhelm the city, and none would survive. Lord Saladin made the awful choice of sounding a general retreat to the city's Ridgeback district, believing that that might be the only place they could hold back the fallen. But Lord Shax knew that with such a move, doom would be guaranteed for the last city, and so he disobeyed Lord Saladin. Alongside his fire team, Shax held the line, dying over and over, back to back, until eventually reinforcements could arrive. Legends were born that day, not least amongst them Anna Bray. The same Anna Bray who had designed Rasputin in the Golden Age. She had been risen by the light of the Traveler, and had seen her name tag and badge on her person from the moment she was risen. She would remember her name, and so would many others, thanks to her actions in the battle that day. Wherever her golden gun shot, a whisper of the Traveler's light would be left. These remnants of her light would still be present to this day. It was also in this battle that she faked her own death so that she might explore more of the legacies of her own family's past
welcome. Hope you're doing
without
well.
the interference of the last city. The battle was fierce, but eventually the Guardians with their rallied forces would push the Elixni back, and the counterattack was decisive enough to help break the Fallen's charge for good. Lord Shax and his fire team had saved the last city. The losses from the battle.
Doing a quick recap of everything before final ship releases tomorrow. If you want to stay and watch, you're always welcome to. I'm always going to be here. You just welcome just to enjoy the video. I'm already about 3 hours in of a 10-hour video, so it's going to be a little while. But I hope you do enjoy.
Battle was staggering. A whole generation of Guardians was devastated, in more ways than can be imagined. The Battle of the Twilight Gap would change the lost city forever. It marked a point of remembrance and a turning point in our story. The Guardians had held their own in an age of great uncertainty, but now the true danger of their foes was also made more clear than ever. Some chose to look on Twilight Gap with remembrance. Faisal Crux and Victor Lomar, two of the city's great industrialists and the creators of the Crux Lomar Foundry, would use this opportunity to design a new weapon of war in commemoration of the battle.
You're always welcome to be here. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you do enjoy. And my Discord is just my name with 9929. If you ever want to add me on there, I'll be there. If you ever want to be in touch.
Yalahorn, forged from the armor and light of guardians that had fallen that day. It was said to ring out with the power of the fallen, giving voice to their strife once more with the howl of wolves. Others looked upon Twilight Gap's events and saw the city's place as being ascendant. Never again would the Elixni assemble a force of this size, and never again would they invade the city with the lofty dream of reclaiming the Traveler. They would be a broken people completely from this point onward. Others saw that the battle had left the city weak, and endeavored to protect it against even those recovering foes that were on their way. None would make a greater mark in this regard than Saint 14. With the blessing of the speaker, and with a certain fury in his heart, Saint 14 viciously hunted the Elixni across the system, becoming a legendary monster in their eyes. He hunted down the leaders and Kells who had fought at Twilight Gap, killing as many as he could get his hands on. These would be known as the Crusades of Saint 14, and they would come to a close when he went to battle the Kell of the House of Devils. At the time, the Devils were led by Sulcus, whose might was so great that he managed to grab the Titan and hoisted him clean from his feet, choking the life from him. In a famously Titan move, Saint 14 summoned all the power he could, ready for one last strike in melee. There was just enough space to land the blow. But it wasn't a punch. Winding back his neck, Saint 14 headbutted Sulcus, the Kell of the House of Devils, so hard that this single strike was enough to cave in the Kell's skull, killing him instantly. Saint 14's helmet still has a dent from this fabled incident that can be seen even to this day. He was ready to return to the Last City, but then the speaker contacted him with new information. Osiris had been seen on Mercury. The Titan changed course and went to search for his friend, his lover. He would find his way to the Infinite Forest, the Vex simulation engine that Osiris had begun to enter and study. Into the deepest recesses of the Infinite Forest, Saint 14 would disappear. His seat on the Vanguard would be left empty for a time, for he did not return. Soon it was filled by Commander Zavala, and it was assumed that Saint 14 had been lost. Legends had begun to disappear. At this point the city was still weakening. A rot was setting in, and it was in this moment that, smelling the blood of the city, the Concordat would rise and make things so much worse. The exact reason behind their rebellion isn't well known. Much of their history has been scrubbed from the Last City's records. What we do know is that they rose to overthrow the Speaker and the Consensus. Their betrayal would lead to the ascension of a faction that replaced them, the future War Cult. Their revolution was short-lived, and they were finally defeated in one of the Last City's towers by the Guardians and forces of New Monarchy. The Concordat and its leader Lysander would retreat into the wild, where they have remained ever since. Even to this day, when the Witnesses' forces crowd all around us, we still know Lysander is out there, somewhere. With so much calamity and so much conflict, Lord Shaxx felt it necessary to act. He put a proposal to the Consensus. Guardians had always sparred against each other. As immortal beings with incredible might, they were able to resurrect after their deaths. Dying was not necessarily a problem for a Guardian unless their ghost was also killed. And so, there became a culture. Guardians would fight against each other and learn from their mistakes. Combats were sometimes collectively referred to as the Crucible, and these moments of fighting and infighting were often used to settle disagreements in a martial manner. Some Guardians, such as Ikora Rey, were notorious combatants in this regard. It was Lord Shaxx who proposed a formalization of the Crucible under his watchful eye. He would organize matches to pit Guardian against Guardian, thus allowing their existing ranks to train in an environment where their deaths were not punished permanently. The consensus would agree to allowing the Crucible to be conducted, and Crucible matches would become a part of the Last City's culture, with Guardians of all stripes gaining fame and fortune for their performance in the arenas of Lord Shaxx. The citizens of the Last City would watch the televised conflicts, or would show up if some of those arenas were able to be viewed in person. Factions and weapon foundries would sponsor Guardians who were willing to bear their colors or insignias into battle. Betting on Crucible matches became a relatively common pastime, and fans would develop loyalties or attachments to individuals or teams that performed well within Shaxx's Crucible. With the Crucible being truly formalized, now what had merely been sparring sessions could be turned into a true training avenue. A new generation of Guardians were being put to the test and were being readied for war. But there was still some time before these Guardians would be ready, and the old guard would suffer some terrible fates before their replacements could come in to take the reins. The most notable of these was Andal Brask. He had volunteered to become the Hunter Vanguard after losing a bet with his close friend Cayde Six. Cayde had killed a terrible fallen mercenary called Taniks the Scarred, and had bet with his friend Andal that he'd do it first. Andal lost that bet, and that's why he had the desk job, the Hunter Vanguard position, the one job no hunter truly wants. The only problem was that Taniks was more machine than monster, and wasn't so easily killed. He would swiftly return to the fold time and time again, until he got lucky one day and ended the life of Andal Brask and his ghost. Cayde realized his error, and realized that it was his overconfidence that had effectively gotten his friend killed. In a moment of reverent self-sacrifice and a dedication of duty, Cayde took up Andal's cloak. To know the significance of this moment, you need to understand the significant part of hunter culture that their cloaks represent. They are full of meaning and stories. They are a representation of you as a person. When a hunter cuts apart his lesser's cloaks and adds it to their own, it is a proclamation of dominance. When a hunter's cloak is emblazoned with the insignia of their posse or faction, they are proclaiming undying loyalty. And when a hunter takes up the cloak of his fallen comrade, it is a vow. And Cayde vowed to honor the memory and sacrifice of his fallen friend. And so not only did he take Andal's cloak, but he also volunteered to be the next Hunter Vanguard. As time in the City Age dragged on, things slowly began to fall into decay. When the city's walls were constructed and finished, there were 8 towers that perched along its circumference, each manned by Guardians, Frames, FOTC force members, and members of the Stoneborn Titan Order. It was bristling with guns. It was well defended. But as the City Age started to come to a close, all but one of these towers had fallen into disrepair and had been abandoned. The enemies of the city were beginning to close in. The time of the great City Age heroes had seemingly come to an end. An old and familiar kind of darkness began to creep in from the edges of the system. Known at the time only to a select few, including a single Cloudstrider known as Rohan, who had found a backdoor into the Black Garden, a terrible kernel of darkness had been planted. A false copy of the Veil had been created, a copy that had been nurtured by the Vex of the Black Garden, and had been nothing but a source of poison for the Traveler. With this new darkness rising, and no one knowing of it, the Traveler's light began to dim. A warrior of great strength and resolve would be needed to deliver humanity from the approaching perils of this treacherous time, and their prayers were answered. One day, a ghost continued its search for its guardian, trekking across the wastelands of the old Cosmodrome at Baikonur, the wastes that were now referred to as Old Russia. Here, amongst the rusting cars and unassuming bones of the collapse, on a small hill just before the old Cosmodrome's walls, they found something. They found hope. They found you. And with you, the whole world would be changed forever.
I hope everyone's enjoying enjoying the video. This is amazing for me. I was so excited for the ball and shape. It is going to be a wonderful time as soon as it drops later. And man, I cannot wait. And I hope everyone's as excited as I am, because this is going to be fun, I think.
Our journey began, as journeys do for Guardians, in darkness, until light. Not some great and glorious thing filled with triumph and fanfare, but a slow and steady thing, like the rousing of a great hero after a long and well-earned slumber. We awoke to the sights of old Russia and the voice of our ghost, and we realized that we knew nothing of our past. When one of the worthy dead is chosen by a ghost and risen as a guardian of the light, they remember nothing of their past lives. Some might get lucky, and they might have an object from their person that identifies who they were. It could be as simple as a name badge. It could be something as extensive as a journal for those who are lucky enough. But most of the time, guardians are risen with no idea of who they were, and no connection to their past lives. So it was for us. We would have no conception of who we were and what we had done, or why we were in old Russia. But it didn't matter. The Cosmodrome at Baikonur was a dangerous hunting ground, and immediately we were being pursued by a squadron of fallen raiders. Our ghost would search through the wreckage and ruins until they found what they were looking for. Us. But they were now not the only ones taking the risk. We needed to escape, and so narrowly evading the fallen House of Devils, we found our way into the wall and found an old jump ship. It had not been operated in hundreds of years perhaps. It was rusty and in need of repair, but it would be enough to get us to the place we needed to go. It would take us to the place we would one day call home, the last city. From atop the wall, we took our first steps into the tower, and we saw that we were surrounded by a company of many heroes. Maybe it was here that we quietly made a choice to do good and to fight for these people. People we didn't know yet, people we had only just realized existed in this strange world on the brink of collapse again. If we made this decision in this moment, that was perhaps our first true unspoken act of heroism, but it would not be our last. After speaking with the Vanguard and listening to the speaker, we knew our purpose. As a guardian of the light, we were bound to defend our home and our people, lest all of Sol should fall into ruin. The speaker warned us of an imminent threat, that the darkness was coming back, and that we would not survive it this time. We would need to push back the darkness, alongside with guardians on Earth and beyond. We would not know the face of this evil for some time, and the speaker would die before he learned the truth. But we would ride out to face this evil nonetheless. And so we went forth. We first returned to the Cosmodrome, where we acquired a jump drive for our ship from a fallen Archon who had initially pursued us alongside the scouting team that found us. His name was Rixis, and with his defeat, the House of Devils had suffered its first major blow at our hands. We would also go on to defeat the High Servitor of the House of Devils, Sepix Prime. Across the Cosmodrome, we first encountered the Hive and their wizards who came from the moon. But it was our discovery of Rasputin's remaining systems that would be most valuable. Through both fallen meddling and the reactivation of an ancient communications array that we had discovered in a portion of the old Warmind bunker system within Old Russia, the portion of Rasputin would be sent out to the rest of the system, a portion that one day would be reunited with the whole. The Hive's presence was worth investigating further, and so we followed their trail to the place that Guardians had long feared, to Luna. Touching down on the surface of the moon, we were able to follow the signal of a Guardian who had ventured here. We followed their trail until we discovered a massive pair of doors and a looming Hive structure. Before these doors, the Guardian was found, and they were dead. Not even the light remained. Before the doors of this temple to Oryx's son Crota, we saw what was left of them, and briefly turned around. There we saw our first glimpse of a stranger off in the distance watching us from beyond. But we had but moments to observe this. The door in front of us began to unseal. Inside, the Hive would face us, and we would discover the Guardian's ghost. This would also be the point at which we discovered the extent of the Hive's presence on the moon. For centuries, they had been building up their forces and had been waiting to launch a full-scale invasion of Earth. We delved deeper into the Hive's secrets, stealing from the world's grave the archive of the Hive, and defeating the abominations that they raised in their summoning pits. We shattered the remnants of Crota's sword to the Darkest Edge, and defeated a warden of Oryx's shrine on the moon. The deepest parts of this infestation were remarkable, but the true malice of the Hive was unknown to us until the speaker contacted us out of the blue. He stated that the Hive were engaged in a ritual to drain the Traveler of its light, and so we rushed back to the Temple of Crota, where we had first descended into the Hellmouth. In that moment, we were contacted yet again by that mysterious stranger on the ridge. She sent us coordinates to a region of Venus known as the Ishtar Sink, which we would soon investigate. And she promised us that if we were to defeat the Hive, there were greater threats still to the system out there. We returned to our mission and descended into the Hive ritual chamber. There we discovered what the Hive were experimenting on, a shard of the Traveler itself. It was unclear how they were able to use this to manipulate the Traveler and to drain its light, but it did point to the idea that all shards of the Traveler are somehow linked to it. After successfully freeing the shard of the Traveler, we went on our mission to Venus, emboldened by our successes. We found ourselves cutting through the overgrown ruins of the Ishtar Academy. It was here that we first encountered another foe, the Vex, the time-traveling machines of unknown origin filled with millions of radiolaria. After defeating them, we met the Exo-Stranger at last. To cut a long story shorter than was necessary, she informed us that the Traveler would not truly heal until we found the legendary Black Garden's heart and ripped it out. Our ghost prompted us that the information we needed could only be found with the Awoken. They were the only ones who knew about the location of the Black Garden. In possibly the most frustrating of turns, the Exo-Stranger had little more to say to us. After all, she had no time to even explain why she didn't have time to explain. But we at least had a heading, and as she disappeared into nothingness, we resolved to go to the Black Garden. But first we would need to pay the Awoken a visit, and so we went out to the territory of the Reef and were quickly picked up by the Awoken patrols. In our initial somewhat frosty reception with Prince Uldren and Queen Mara, we were told that if we recovered the Eye of a Vex Gate Lord, they would forge us a key into the Black Garden. Despite Uldren's insistence that this was a fool's errand, we began our search and returned to Venus. Along with discovering a Golden Age Ishtar Collective lab and defeating the Kell of the Fallen House of Winter, we were able to pinpoint a location where we would find a Vex Gate Lord, a place called the Endless Steps. As we ventured there, we had to battle through many Vex frames to reach our target, Zydron. But even this powerful Vex Gate Lord, an Axis mind in control of all the local Vex, was not enough to stop us. We struck it down and took what remained of it to the Queen. Uldren begrudgingly obliged and ripped out the relevant components from the Eye of the Vex Gate Lord. Unfortunately, the component was broken and would need to be charged in order to allow us ingress into the Black Garden. Uldren gave us our less than functional prize, and at Mara's request informed us that an entrance to the Black Garden could be found near Meridian Bay on Mars. The Queen also demanded that we would one day return to repay her generosity. She had shown us mercy given that we had barged into her kingdom, and she would allow us to leave, assuming that we returned when the time was right. But that would have to wait until another day. The Martian sands were calling our name. Meridian Bay was a heavily contested zone when we arrived, filled with Cabal forces from the 5 scouting legions that had invaded Sol. Pushing through them, we first laid eyes on the gate to the Black Garden, in a place called the Valley of the Kings. Now all we needed to do was properly fix the Gate Lord's eye. As we explored Mars for a way to do this, we carved deep into Vex territory, shutting down many of their portals that allowed them to exit from the Black Garden in great numbers. We also had to contend with the Cabal forces there, and dealt many serious blows to them, including taking out 3 of their Scion Flayers, and even defeating the infamous Valus Ta'ark, who was stationed on the Cabal land tank of the Cerberus Vey 3. Alongside these great defeats, we also discovered something remarkable. We found Rasputin again, the same fragment of him that we had aided in the Cosmodrome. He was here as well within the Warmind systems of Meridian Bay. He was starting to regrow in terms of strength. Soon, perhaps, he would be ready to fight once more. Eventually, though, our ghost would discover our true objective, a means of charging the Gate Lord's Eye. A massive Vex spire deep in Cabal territory would be our in. This particular firebase, where the spire was located, was controlled by elite Vex clearing units of the Cabal Blind Legion, and their Primus didn't take kindly to his territory being invaded, but we managed to defeat him and successfully interfaced the Gate Lord's Eye with the spire. All that remained was to return to the Valley of the Kings and enter the Black Garden itself. As we approached the gate, Vex poured forth and the gateway reacted to us. We defeated them and crossed over. We found ourselves in a strange place, a world of stone and brass and moss. Ancient Vex frames stood here, motionless, covered in the growth of the garden. These were the sole divisive, the Vex that lay within the Black Garden itself. They had seen the divinity planted here by the Witness not long ago, and had sought to bind themselves to it for their own survival. That divinity would be what we faced at the Black Garden's heart. Unbeknownst to us at the time, this roiling, formless mass of darkness was a copy of the Veil, a flawed copy that had begun to poison the traveler with its imperfection. As we stepped forth, we saw the Vex frames doing as they did within the presence of this unknown divinity. They had decided that the greatest means by which they could survive was worship, and so they had reverently decided to enact the behavior of worship, bowing eternally to this new, fetid thing. We saw the Vex frames leaving this state of worship and reacting to us, and in their adoration, some of them were empowered by darkness. 3 great Vex Axis mines known as the Soul Progeny were calcified into statues before this black heart, each of them representing the past, present, or future. They would all come to life one at a time, empowered by the Black Garden's heart. But with its power attached to each of these Vex, the heart was weakened each time we struck one down. And when the last mind fell, the heart began to collapse in on itself, in a great torrent of cascading energy. As the light from this moment overwhelmed our senses and blinded our eyes, the heart was destroyed. The destruction of the heart of the Black Garden would send echoes out across the universe, and would set in motion everything that followed. The Traveler's light would begin to return, and slowly it would start to heal itself at last. As we returned to the city to celebrate our success, we were greeted one last time by the Exo-Stranger. She gave us her weapon and reminded us that there were more foes that we would soon need to confront. Her words and whispers would send us forth, and we would pursue the rumors of the dark power that the Vex had sought to unleash from the Black Garden. That trail would lead us to the most infamous Vault of Glass. The fire team that had tried to raid the vault before us was lost mostly to time. Little is known of the exact details of the assault of Pahanin, Pradith, and Kabir, but we do know that their ill-fated attempt to destroy the Hazen Lords was unsuccessful. What we found within the vault was the remains of Kabir, the Aegis, the last vestige of his light, and we would put it to great use, using it to break the unbreakable within the vault. To assault this great stronghold, though, we would need to face Vex with true control over time itself. The power of these Vex was ontological in nature. They would be able to cut the threads of the timelines themselves here within the vault, a unique power vested in this place alone. To put it simply, if you were removed from the timeline here, it would be as if you never existed at all. To fail was not simply to die, it was to never have been in the first place. We faced down their great constructs, including the Templar, the Gorgons, and the greatest of them all, Atheon, Time's Conflux. Defeating these Vex would undo their control of the vault and leave it as an empty shell of what was. Our first great conquests were complete, but many more battles awaited us. The resurgence of the light had drawn the attention of others, of those that lay on the moon, of those with envious eyes and hungry, slathering jaws. Even as we had struck down the heart of the Black Garden and attained our first great victory, our actions on the moon had roused a slumbering giant. Crota, the son of Oryx, had seen the return of the light's power, and would begin to marshal his forces on the moon and on Earth. This would be the prelude to what would be an invasion well over a century in the making. All of the forces that we had discovered on the moon would soon be sent onward to invade Earth, and to destroy the last city. But a remnant of Crota's past persisted still, a remnant that would be the bane of him and all of his kin. For long ago, 6 of them went down into the pit. And now, ragged and scarred, but enlightened and determined, one would crawl out. Eris Morn, the last. She would quickly find a vessel and make her way back to the last city, but her return was not the happy reunion that some might have hoped for. Her time in the Hellmouth had left her changed, and having lost her sight long ago and having had to replace it with the eyes of an acolyte, she was seen as a terrible abomination, a thing of darkness. Her ghost Briar was gone, her connection to the light was severed, and now she wept an eternal veil of shadows, like blood drifting through droplets of rain. The Speaker and Commander Zavala wanted to immediately exile her, but Eris had been a member of Ikora Ray's organization known as the Hidden, the great order of spies and scouts that Ikora used to keep tabs on the system at large. At her request, Eris Morn was allowed to remain. Eris immediately sought us out and told us of the coming invasion of Crota. To counter it, we headed to the Cosmodrome first. Crota's disciples were making their landings there, and so we needed to blunt the offensive before it could truly begin. We went to kill Sardon, the Fist of Crota, and to prevent Omnigul, Crota's will, from corrupting the systems of the Warmind Rasputin that were found within Old Russia. The Seraphim bunkers beneath the surface were held, and the Hive were not able to use the Warmind's weapons against us. Rebuking these assaults would leave Crota's immediate invasion plan halted. It broke the tip of his spear. Seizing on this momentum, we would return to the moon, and defeated the son of Oryx for the first time. We would discover Crota initially in the darkest ritual chamber of the Hellmouth, the Chamber of Night. But we would not face Crota as he had been in the Great Disaster. We would face a weakened fragment of his power. Long ago, a Hive Knight of Xivu Arath had clashed with another knight bearing tribute for Crota's father, Oryx, and, by extension, as part of that chain, Crota himself. Both knights died, and their tithes never reached their overlords. In the case of Crota, who would have tithed this knight's portion to Oryx, it meant that he believed he needed to retreat, to regain his power in this crystalline form, so that he could safely be manifested again when he was stronger. Trapped within this crystalline matrix, and unable to take true physical form without the intervention of his brood, Crota was vulnerable. And despite his still overwhelming power, we proved more than a match for him, and shattered his crystal, banishing him from this mortal plane. His initial assaults on the moon might have been stopped, but as one of the Ascendant Hive, as the son of Oryx no less, Crota was uniquely positioned to survive death. He would only truly die if he was destroyed within his own throne world. Thanks to the teachings of Toland the Shattered, Eris Morn knew this, and she asked us to assemble a team to do what she had tried many years ago, to do what the others had failed to end Crota once and for all, and to secure vengeance for Wei Ning, Eriana III, Sai Motar, Omar Agar, Veltalo, and Toland the Shattered. Once again, 6 of us went down into the pit. And this time, we would not crawl out.
How's it going,
We
Jennifer?
would go
Welcome,
deeper.
welcome. I hope you enjoy the
We
show.
fell at the heart of the Hellmouth. We fell into
Watching
the
some good
stills where
some good old
Eriana and
Destiny lore
Toland
today.
had once
you do
seen
enjoy.
the light of Crota's netherrealm for themselves. We battled through Crota's seemingly endless hordes to reach the keyhole, the gateway that led into the netherrealm of the Son of Oryx. On the other side, we were greeted with a green flame sky beneath the Oversoul
It's going
throne,
pretty good, Jennifer. It's going pretty
and we
good.
would face
I'm super
Crota, the
excited
Son of
for the final
Oryx,
ship
one
that's coming out
last
tomorrow.
time.
It's insane.
Though his might was remarkable and his strength was boundless,
I hope your day is
we
winning
fought the
just as
Hive
good as
God
mine.
with strength that he himself would muster, with the logic of the sword, the immutable rule of the universe that the Hive had learned so long ago, that only the strong shall live, and that the weak will die. And what's more, we would triumph.
That's good. That's
We
good.
took Crota's own sword, the Darkest Edge, and plunged it into the Son of Oryx's heart. In his final desperate moments, as his cries rang out across the night, the sea of screams shivered. When Crota's cry was ended, silence. But something out in the night had heard him. Soon it would be upon us. But
This is not a game, it's a
till
video.
that moment
I can't turn
arrived,
that down, I'm sorry. I
we
can
would
turn down the
believe this
video
to be our
itself if you
greatest
like.
victory. And the vengeance that would soon stalk us from across the stars would not arrive in the system for at least a few months more. And in this time, there were other concerns for us to deal
that better?
with. We were called back to the Black Garden to deal with a new Vex Axis mind called the Undying Mind.
It's all good,
It
it's
was
all good.
attempting to return the heart of the Black Garden to life. Needless to say, we could not stand for such a thing, and so we shut it down for good. But the echoes of this mysterious construct would still persist in the infinite weave of time that was the Black Garden. Just like the other soul-divisive Vex, these Vex would bide their time until an opportunity presented itself once more. And back in the system, there were other forces on the move. Strange.
Well, mainly I play Destiny is my main game, at least for what I like to play if I'm not streaming. But if I'm streaming, I like to stream Geometry Dash, which if you've ever heard of that, it's what I'll be using to take a break here and there so we can play it. But okay, Jesus. Thanks, Dad. Yeah, Destiny is a very nice game. It's so much fun. Yes, Destiny is 100% my favorite game, hands down. 100%. So I'm excited for the final shape that's coming out tomorrow. I'm gonna enjoy the hell out of it.
Happenings were occurring out in the asteroid belt, and soon the Queen would call on us for that favor we owed her.
Dead by Daylight? Dead by Daylight is fun. It's definitely a fun game. Was play as a killer? Lucky you.
It is not a common thing for the Awoken of the Reef to seek out assistance. It is even rarer for them to seek it out from the likes of Guardians. And yet, Marasov had seen how we had dispatched with the Son of Oryx. And so we had at least proven our competence in battle. And that competence was needed. Skolas, the Kell of the House of Wolves, whom Mara had defeated in the Reef Wars, had broken out of the Prison of Elders. The exact details of this breakout aren't known, but it appears to be with the assistance of the Nine. Why they did this is something of a mystery, But what we do know is that they gifted Skolas with a Ketch, one of the great fallen warships. With this, he had an opportunity to call his forces back to his side.
I just watch videos.
Many corsairs of the Awoken would die in the ensuing chaos, and a few infamous fallen wolves that would come to be known as the Queenbreakers even attempted an assassination on Mara Sov herself. Corsairs died in her defense there, and her fury was palpable. As the traitors turned tail and fled, Mara tasked us and her recently appointed Queen's Wrath, Petrovenge, with hunting down Skolas and all the treacherous wolves. We would also be assisted by Varix the Loyal, the same scribe of House Judgment who had originally betrayed Skolas. We quickly discovered that his fallen wolves were converging on the Simic Fell, the Ketch on Venus that had once housed the leadership of the House of Winter, namely the Winter's Kell, Draxis. We briefly interrupted Skolas, making a proclamation before the crew of this Ketch. Varix translated this,
from the
and as
US,
it turned out,
from
Skolas was proclaiming himself to be an Elixni legend, the so-called Kell of Kells, who would unite all the Elixni houses, have all servitors and Ketches bent to him, and even receive the blessing of the Traveler itself. Before we could defeat Skolas and put an end to such delusions of grandeur, he escaped, and had succeeded in rallying what remained of the House of Winter. Our first mission was a failure,
really good country. I like the
but
US.
we didn't let that
Where
stop
are you from,
us.
Jennifer?
Quickly, we managed to pick up his trail again, and we would head to Earth in order to cut Skolas off. He was heading there to try and integrate the forces of the House of Devils and House of Kings into his growing armies, using either force or diplomacy, but our arrival in both cases scuppered all of Skolas' plans before they could even bear fruit. With pressure being put upon the Wolfkel, and with no other houses to turn to in the system of significant enough power, Skolas looked for other means of conquering his foe, and his madness could be seen here. He desperately sought out an advantage from the Vex. He made a small raid into the now weakened Vault of Glass.
You're from the
and
UK?
Successfully
Oh, that's
tapped
awesome.
into
I've
some
always
of
wanted
the
to
Vex
visit the UK.
technology there, a testament to his madness and the skill of his splicers, who even deployed a few weakened oracles to try and wipe us from existence. With the danger Skolas presented rising, it was becoming incredibly important for us to capture him with all haste. His forces were raiding more Vex installations, including the ominous Citadel on Venus, the massive Vex spire that pierced towards the sky. They were hoping to use its technology for their advantage. Unfortunately for Skolas, his movement to the top of the Citadel had left him cornered. We ascended to the top of the spire, at the very height of the Citadel, and there we battled with the Kell of Wolves.
UK
Even as he used
right
Vex technology to pull his house through
it does suck not
time,
to play, but I'm enjoying
Skolas was
learning more about the
outmatched
lore of the game.
and fell before
This is
us.
nice.
He was captured by Mara Sov and Petrovenge, and he was promptly returned to the Prison of Elders. The Wolfkel would stand trial, but not before being interrogated by Varix and Mara.
What kind of idea you got from me,
Skolas
Jennifer?
told them in a moment of fear that despite the malice they had dealt to him, there was an even greater force headed this way, a dark and looming shadow that would crush all with its presence. Later, Mara would prophetically dream of this foe. She saw what was to come, and knew that it could spell her doom and the doom of the whole system. Many envoys went back and forth from the reef in those days. In particular, Eris Morn, Osiris, and Mara Sov would all meet, convening to discuss the threat that they would soon encounter. But more than simply this, the three would discuss the nature of the ultimate enemy that they would need to confront,
I don't think
lest they should witness its wrath for themselves.
What exactly would I
And
change my
thus,
profile
a
picture
plan
to?
of loose
How would I
cooperation
change
was
that? How would that
devised
help my
between the
channel?
three of them,
I like my
and a plan
PFP,
to address
but it's
Oryx
from one of
was
my favorite
formed.
enemies.
It would be a plan of many steps and phases, one that would evolve and shape its foundations over time, but it would first be set into motion months later by Mara Sov's choices over the rings of Saturn, and its consequences would echo across the Ascendant realms forever.
Thank you.
But before such plans could be enacted, there was one last complication to deal with. Skolas was still alive. Given what approached on the horizon, the reef could ill afford a second breakout. And so, in the ways of old of the Elixni, the Wolfkel was sentenced to trial by combat. We would be his chosen executioners, and so we entered the prison of elders and fought the hordes of Skolas' minions who had been imprisoned there. The Wolfkel was fierce, and did everything in his power to destroy us. But we had already destroyed gods in our short time as guardians, even with his many tricks and his minions being flung at us left, right, and center.
About trying to make
this
good
pretender
content,
prophet,
roughly.
this so-called Kel of Kells, was nothing more than a
Can't do much
charlatan.
right now because that's
He was no match for our light.
I'm trying what I can.
Skolas the rabbit would be vanquished. The Wolfkel was no more.
Sure. Here, let me give you my
For a short
Discord.
time, things seemed calm across the system, and we reinforced, preparing for our next battle. Little did we know that what we would soon be engulfed in was no battle, but a war. A war against one of the greatest champions of the darkness that the system had known since the collapse. For only recently we had slain Crota, and his death rattle had echoed out across the night. And now, the night would answer. It started with a presence, a movement of unknown vessels that were quickly identified by the Awoken.
How's it going,
Crota's
Angelina?
father had heard his cries, and despite the teachings
Jennifer,
of the
hello,
sword
hello.
logic, Oryx would seek
I'm
revenge
doing
for the
pretty good,
death of
Angelina.
his son.
I hope you're doing well.
He had
as
brought his
well.
armada. He had brought his brood. Worst of all, he had brought his dreadnought. It was the Awoken who would encounter him first. Mara Sov marshaled her fleets and the many catches under her command. She met the king out in the edges of the system, and at the rings of Saturn,
Or
the
it
two
should take
monarchs
us 2
did
days
battle.
to beat. Yes, Dad.
As the fleets engaged, the combat at first seemed even, until Mara unleashed her harbingers like she had done in the Reef Wars. These ancient anomalous creatures brought with them the same devastating force of gravity that they had before, and Oryx's fleet was crushed between the debris of Saturn's rings. The harbingers slammed into Oryx's dreadnought, leaving the rest of the Hive fleet in disarray. But the dreadnought still stood, unblemished. Now it was Oryx's turn to unleash his own
Thank you for the
force.
follow, Angelina.
Using
I
the
appreciate it.
dreadnought's
Thank you,
mighty
thank you.
weapon, Oryx projected his own throne world into real space. Mara's fleet was crushed. She was taken, the Techians were taken, and as they attempted to flee into the dreaming city, Oryx's corruption spread forth across the system and through the gap that they had tried to use to escape. Oryx's echoes would spread out across the system and found their way into many places of power. They took Hazen Vex within the Vault of Glass. They took powerful covens of witches on Earth. There were fleeting steps made by these echoes into the resurfaced Black Garden, and they even ventured into the Dreaming City, where through one of his echoes, Oryx would speak to Riven of 1,000 Voices, the last known Ahamkara. After a brief bargain of sorts, the Wish Dragon herself was taken as well. Thus, Oryx proclaimed his arrival in Sol. Thus ended the Battle of Saturn. Thus began the Taken War. We would first learn of it when we saw massive Cabal fleet movements from the Skyburner's base on Phobos. We went to investigate and discovered that this was not the Cabal forces marshalling. It was an evacuation. It didn't take long for us to discover the Taken for ourselves, and we barely escaped before being overrun. The Vanguard quickly convened to analyze the threat, and thanks to Eris, they too would learn of Oryx. Being one for decisive action, Cade had a plan, one which he immediately contacted us to enact. We went to one of Cade's old stashes in Old Russia to recover ancient stealth drive technology stolen from Rasputin. Even here on Earth, the Taken were starting to make their appearances. It was here that we faced our first echo of the Taken King himself. After recovering the drive, we took it to Cade, who installed it on Eris Morn's ship. Eris wouldn't fly the vessel herself, that honor would be ours to undertake, but the vessel was ideal for this mission. With the stealth drive installed and with it still covered in Hive detritus, it stood the best chance of masking itself from Hive detection and getting us close enough to board Oryx's dreadnought, shut down his superweapon, and prepare a landing zone for Guardians to invade. Which is exactly what we did, though we discovered that the stealth drive and Eris's ship weren't exactly going to make a return journey. We also realized that we weren't the only invaders, as the Cabal Skyburners had crashed one of their vessels, the Dantalian Exodus 6, into the Dreadnought's hull as part of a general boarding action and response to Phobos. After we'd secured a landing zone, we had to go after Oryx, an idea that these Cabal had also had in mind. The Primus of the Skyburners was pushing deep into the Dreadnought with his forces. Oryx put a stop to his throne-breaking ambitions by taking him, and thus the Cabal forces were mostly shattered. It was also here that we discovered the way deeper into Oryx's Dreadnought, and also that it was
the
blocked.
first story.
It could
campaign I
only
played
be
on this game,
accessed
and it
by
was
certain Ascendant Hive. We were at a dead end, but Eris still had a plan. We didn't need to actually be an Ascendant Hive. We just had to pass as one. In order to accomplish this, we were going to have to go back to the place where we had defeated our first great Ascendant Hive. We would need to return to the places where we had killed Crota, both in his throne world and on the moon. First, we would need a shard of crystal that we had destroyed in the Chamber of Night. Upon reaching it, we had to fight off Bax, the Gravekeeper, a powerful ogre who was guarding this site. Given his failure to defend it, he was also taken when he was starting to lose his battle with us. Oryx clearly had other plans for him in mind. As we recovered this shard of crystal, Oryx unleashed his Taken in an ambush, attempting to stamp us out for good. He nearly succeeded, but thanks to our swift exit, we were unharmed. We also briefly raided one of Rasputin's bunkers to recover another copy of the stealth technology that Cade had used, this time from an actual underground part of Rasputin's network. This was all being done for the next part of our infiltration. Crota's throne world was heavily guarded now, and a death ceremony was being hosted to send Crota's soul onto the next realm. From there, we would need to infiltrate the ceremony and steal some of Crota's essence, indwelling it within the crystal. Oryx's two daughters were present. Oranuk and Urhalak were praying at the side of their brother's tomb, and when we started to steal the brother's essence, the two reacted violently. The transgression of our light here was quite the insult. We would have been snuffed out, but thankfully Eris Morn was able to help us escape using some of the Hive's own magic to pull us out. We now had all we needed to confront Oryx, and so we returned to the Dreadnought and passed through into the sacred space where the altar of Oryx could be found. There, we would find the Taken Primus and Bax the Gravekeeper once again. They would be our final test before we faced Oryx himself. Before Oryx's altar, we found the Taken King, and in this place of darkness, we would fight and match our light to his shadow. It would have been a hard-fought battle, but regardless of Oryx's millennia of conquest, our light was stronger. In the moment of his defeat, he channeled his power and took himself, cheating his death and allowing him to pass back into the deepest parts of his throne world. All that remained of the Taken King was his sword, Willbreaker. From this sword, Eris took a shard and gave it to us. It would take time and guidance from Lord Shaxx, as well as a large amount of a purified Hadium alloy from the Dreadnought, but eventually the shard of Willbreaker was purified and would be infused with our light, allowing us to wield our own mighty blade. In the final moments of its creation, we would need to destroy Ekthar, the Blade of Oryx. This symbolic conquest reforged Oryx's old blade from a thing of darkness into a thing of light. Armed with this new tool, we would prepare to conquer the rest of the Dreadnought. We defeated a potential successor to Oryx, a dark blade known as Alak-Hul, in the Hanging Crypts. We prevented the Agonarch Coven from raising a great Taken abomination and unleashing it upon the system. We prevented a pair of Bond brothers from destroying the Dreadnought's core and half the system along with it. And we set our sights on Oryx's court. In this place we would destroy many of his ascendants, preventing them from tithing their strength to their king, weakening him further. Because make no mistake, Oryx was still alive. In his throne world he lived on, and was more powerful still there than he had been in the physical world. Before we entered that throne world, we would need to crush the Taken remnants out in the system. The Taken War was not yet won. We had to dislodge covens of Taken gathering on Earth before they could root deep within our home. We returned to the Vault of Glass, where the Taken infestation had forced the Vex into an unusual position. They had to return Praedyth to our timeline momentarily, so that he might guide us in and defeat the Taken infestation. On Mars, the Taken were at risk of overrunning the now surfaced Black Garden, which had momentarily been dimensionally locked to Mars's surface, after our destruction of the Black Garden's heart. Finally, we returned to the first place where we encountered the Taken, and on Phobos we fought them there as well. They were strongest here, but we carved away the infection before it could truly threaten Sol any further. With his minions scattered, and his armies in chaos, Oryx was left weakened. All we had left to do was to dethrone the king himself. We assembled a fire team and struck out into the heart of the Dreadnought. Oryx was our target, but by passing into the Dreadnought's heart, we would also need to face Oryx's remaining retainers.
Oh,
The king's war priest was engaged in ritual combat, and by killing this millennia-old destroyer, we were able to gain further ingress. But we took an unexpected forward path. Venturing through a portal summoned after the war priest's defeat, we found ourselves in Golgoroth's cellar, where Oryx kept drafts of slowly corrupting light for consumption, like fine vintages or artworks painted in suffering. Here we found and defeated Golgoroth, an ogre corrupted with the power of the Hive and the Worm Gods, an ogre who had been created to tithe violence to Oryx, to corrupt the light within the cellar, and to contain one of the tablets of ruin within its flesh. After defeating this monster, we would progress further, and eventually we ascended to the final overlook. Here we slew Oryx's two daughters, the Death Singers Ur-Halak and Ur-Anuk. There was no alternative for the Taken King but to face us. He would destroy us by the right of the sword, or he would die trying. His power was all but certain here. Titanic in form, Oryx attempted to crush us with all the might at his disposal. But by using the corrupted light and detonating it, we were able to burn away Oryx's darkness and send the Taken King screaming back into the void. As his final scream rang out across the stars, yet again, just as had been the case with his son, a terrible silence fell over the Ascendant Plane. It fell over the whole Dreadnought, the whole of the system. And this time, nothing would answer. All of creation could breathe a sigh of relief, for we had defeated Oryx the Taken King. Unknowingly, we had set further events in motion with this. We had sent signals to the rest of the Hive Pantheon and the rest of the Hive swarms. The king was now dead. The light had triumphed. Oryx's sisters and the great subjugator Rolk, the first disciple of the Witness, would take notice of our actions, though we would not see their plans unfold for many years. With the death of the Taken King, we also had the chance to recover 3 strange artifacts: the Blade of Famine from the War Priest, the Shroud of Ur-Anuk from the Daughter of Oryx, and to the Taken King's own ravenous heart. Alongside these, our investigations in the Dreadnought had allowed us to recover the calcified fragments. When the over 50 of them were fully assembled, these fragments gave us the knowledge of the first 5 books of sorrow, and led us on the path to the weapon that Oryx had conceived of long ago. With his ravenous heart, his daughter's shroud, and his war priest's blade, Eris Morn forged a weapon unlike any other. The remnants of Oryx's soul and purpose made manifest. The touch of malice. With this powerful weapon in hand, Guardians had begun to feel somewhat unstoppable. There were more troubling events still unfolding. Having lost all their commanders, the remaining Cabal aboard the Dantalian Exodus 6 were sending out a distress signal. We rushed to the heart of the carrier's command deck to try and stop them, but it was already too late. The message had been sent out into deep space, and it was requesting reinforcements. The message receiver at the time being was unknown to us, but we did know that it had been sent to the ruler of the Cabal Empire. That ruler would be Dominus Gaul, the one who would arrive soon and change the system forever. But it would take a full year for him to marshal his forces and reach Sol, and before he did arrive, Guardians would have to face a new threat from an old enemy. The House of Devils were on the march, and this time they had discovered a weapon that would change the fates of the system forever.
Ooh, it's time for Siva, baby. I love Siva. One of my favorites.
Approximately a year after the defeat of the Taken King, Lord Saladin summoned us to the Cosmodrome. In particular, to an old snow-covered mountain with an abandoned fortress at its summit. Little did we know that this would be some of the holiest and most storied ground Guardians could set foot upon. We strode out onto the mountain and for the first time entered Fellwinter Peak. The mountain was being raided by the House of Devils, and whilst Saladin was still trying to find out why, we were able to fend off the invaders. But we did discover something strange. It was Sepix Prime, the same servitor that we had destroyed 2 years ago. But this time it was different. It was changed, covered in a strange red and black mechanical growth, like a plague of machines, like infections, like tumors, and somehow, any damage we were doing to Sepix, it would regenerate. Upon reporting this to Saladin, he exclaimed with shock and demanded that we destroy the construct with all haste. Sepix escaped in the end, and as we secured the Iron Temple with Saladin, the Hunter Shiro IV, and the Cryptarch Tyra Khan, our next objective would be to pursue Sepix, who had retreated into a previously sealed-off section of the Cosmodrome. As we pursued the servitor, we saw the source of its infection. Siva, the nanite technology that Rasputin had used to kill the Iron Lords all those years ago. The House of Devils had found it, and their splicers had weaponized it, turning many of their soldiers into cyborgs. In the view of the Fallen, to become a machine is to become a god, and so with Siva, the Devil Splicers had discovered a source of divinity itself, a means by which apotheosis could be achieved. It also made them far deadlier than they already were. Pushing deeper into the Plaguelands, we discovered that the Devils had used Siva in all sorts of ways, not only modifying themselves, but also their forces, and any of the Cosmodrome's old defenses that were still inactive, which could be repaired using Siva. These guns were powerful enough to threaten the city, and so while they were active, incoming reinforcements could not be dispatched. We had to destroy them immediately. Whilst we succeeded in this task, it was starting to become clear that the Devils were a far deadlier threat than we had initially realized, and their grasp of Siva was starting to accelerate. Saladin would bring us back to the temple and would tell us of the Iron Lord's history with Siva. This exchange revealed to us that the House of Devils had control of Siva in a rudimentary sense, but they did not fully have mastery over the nanites for the moment. With that in mind, we tracked down the original source of Siva thanks to the assistance of the Cryptarch Tyra Khan, and returned to the Golden Age labs of Clovis Bray in Freehold on Mars. After confirming that it was there on Mars that the Devils had learned how to control Siva, we would be able to discover a weakness in the mechanism used by the Devils to control the nanites. Returning to the Plaguelands, we had our objectives. Shiro had devised a means of temporarily halting the Devils' control over Siva and shutting down their defenses for a few minutes. After we had sabotaged their systems, we would descend beneath the main base of the Eliksni. The Splicers had built up an area into a massive fortress, and Siva's destabilization had caused it to start detonating. Regardless of the danger, the Splicers were undeterred, and so we descended past the Archon's Forge deep into Site 6, where the Iron Lords had met their end. This was the Siva replication complex, and we had to destroy it for good this time. But in the deepest reaches of this place, there was a faint echo of light. Falling from the infestation, we saw what had become of the Iron Lords, as the infested and bloated remains of Felwinter, Gelion, and Yolda rose to fight against us. Their light was entangled with Siva nanites, which now returned to the purpose Rasputin had given them so long ago: replicate, eliminate, immunize. We battled with the remnants of the Iron Lords and destroyed the Siva nanites that infested them, freeing their light and finally laying them to rest. Before we left, we recovered Yolda's helmet and set Site 6 to self-destruct. It isn't known if all the Siva within the complex was truly destroyed. Inert Siva may still be lying around the Cosmodrome to this day, but for the moment, the Devils were unable to make more of their own nanites to control. They would only have the stocks that they had made thus far. We returned Yolda's helmet to Saladin, who felt a weight of so many years lifted from his shoulders. His friends had finally been set to rest. He proclaimed us to be the Young Wolf, the first of a new age of Iron Lords, and gifted us with a blade to represent our new title and station. We would go out into the Plaguelands and start to rid them of the infestation of the Splicers. We destroyed the rejuvenated version of Sepex Prime and ended a Splicer priest called Kovik before he could merge Siva with an entire brood of Hive. We reignited Radagast's original purpose by using Siva and the armor of the Iron Lords to create the tools of a better tomorrow. Namely,
dude.
we
It's
used
awesome.
them to forge anew a more powerful iteration of the infamous Yalahorn. The hold of the House of Devils Splicers was weakening, but Shiro 4 picked up something distressing. An intercepted transmission from the House of Devils indicated that there was a secondary complex where the Devils had been storing the Siva nanites that they had gathered. From within, the leader of the Splicers was calling out to all other Fallen, encouraging them to gather in the so-called Perfection Complex, where they could be freed from their mortal bonds. With this message and the large build-up of the industrial base in the Plaguelands that the Eliksni had been working so hard to create, it was clear that soon the Fallen would build up enough strength to threaten the lost city again. This was something the city was unlikely to survive. With the power of Siva, the Fallen had something they could potentially use to strike back at the lesser Guardians, and there were not enough legends within the tower to hold back an assault of this strength. So Shiro, seeing this plot unfold before him, ordered us to kill it in its crib. We engaged in a coordinated raid on the facility and a preemptive strike. We would take out the Splicers' leadership before they could gather enough strength to actually threaten the city. We quickly infiltrated the facility and discovered the Splicers' second-in-command, Vosik. His command over the Siva was powerful, but rogue Siva nanites had started to persist within the swarms, and the Guardians would weaponize these nanites, turning them on their masters, bringing Vosik down. We ascended through the old Russian wall next, and discovered a way to its summit. There we saw proof of the Fallen's intent and ambition. A powerful prototype siege engine, powered by nuclear components.
Holy crap,
Such a
I
mighty
forgot
device would have
about
been
that.
powerful enough to break down the walls of the lost city, and so we had to see to its destruction. After overcharging it, we saw to its doom by sending it tumbling down off the incomplete section of the Cosmodrome's walls, where it crashed into the seas below. As we approached the Perfection Complex, the Siva infestation was getting stronger, but the ragged Fallen kit bashing had started to give way. Smooth, angular nanite construction now filled these halls. The seat of the power of these Fallen splices was near. As we descended into the darkness of the Perfection Complex, we faced Axis, the Archon Prime. He had not just combined himself with the machines, he had ascended into one, leaving behind his biological self and truly achieving the Elixir's version of godhood. But this pretender was no match for the Light of Guardians, and there was little that could be done to stop us, even with the command of the Siva itself. We brought down Axis, and after thoroughly scouting the Perfection Complex, we recovered another relic of Siva which could be reconstituted into a weapon that used the nanites as ammunition. We would call it Outbreak Prime, and whilst it was eventually contained by the Cryptarchy, for a brief time we used it to sow chaos amongst the ranks of the Splicers. With our victory over Axis and all other threats seemingly gone from the system, there was a brief period of peace. It was declared to be an age of triumph. It was declared to be a time for humanity to celebrate their guardians and the successes that they had accomplished. But beneath this age of triumph, signs of what was to come could be seen. It started with the Fallen. They had begun doing something unheard of. They had begun shredding their banners and fleeing into the deeper wilds. The state of existence within which the city had lived, known as the 100-Year Siege, would come to a brief end. There weren't enough Elixir assaulting the various walls for it to be considered a siege anymore. And the Cabal scout legions began marshalling for reinforcements that we should have been preparing for ourselves. Our age of triumph was short-lived, and would be brought crashing down by the arrival of a foe unlike any other. He understood our power, and he would seek to deprive us of it, so that we would be left defenseless. The Red Legion was coming. The call of the Dantalian Exodus 6 had been answered, and at the head of the invasion fleet stood the principal instigator of the Midnight Coup, ruler of the Cabal Empire, and the first ever Dominus. Soon, we would face Gaul, and he would not have mercy for our light.
Dude, the artwork is so beautiful, and the fact that they've made this themselves.
There were
is so
some warning
insane.
signs of Gaul's approach, but we were blind to them. And so the Red War began with a swift, all-out assault on the last city. The walls that had held back the Fallen for 100 years were shattered in mere moments. The Cabal fleet left the tower in ruin and rained drop pods on our home from above. At the head of their fleet, a massive looming vessel began to unfold and made its way toward the Traveler, unfurling into a truly massive structure. We would not know its purpose at the time, but all too soon we would see that it would spell our doom. We returned to the tower from the wilds after coming back from a patrol, and saw the devastation firsthand. Our vaults were destroyed, our home was crippled, and in the opening moments of the war the Cabal had captured the Speaker. After pushing through the tower, we rendezvoused with the Vanguard and Amanda Holliday, who shepherded us up to the Cabal command carrier. We were able to disable it briefly, but as we fled to the top deck, we saw that we were too late. The vessel had attached to the side of the Traveler, and as we wondered at its purpose, we saw him. Dominus Gaul, the Ghost Primus of the Red Legion. He told us to behold our future, and the cage activated. We were cut off from our light. Our ghost fell to our side, motionless. Our powers were gone. Gaul proclaimed our weakness and our unworthiness before kicking us from his command ship. Our drained ghost fell with us down into the ruins of the last city that we had failed to protect. We fell into unconsciousness, and all seemed lost. But out of the darkness, a faint light flickered. We saw a vision of a silver hawk in flight. We saw visions of new weapons, of light, and new challenges that we might face. The vision ended with a view of a shard of the Traveler in a place we had never been to, a place we would know one day as the European Dead Zone. And then we awoke, lightless. We struggled to our feet. We were in the ruins of a city canal, and thus far we had been able to evade the Cabal. We found our ghost, and we had to choose the only option that was available to us. We could not face the Cabal in this state, and so we fled. For weeks we trekked across mountains and through valleys. We passed the bodies of our fallen comrades, and eventually we saw a familiar sight. A hawk, just like the ones from the visions. We followed it, through mountains and passes, until at last we collapsed from exhaustion. When we next awoke, a woman was bringing us to our feet. The hawk was hers. Her name was Soraya Hawthorne, and she lived out here in the wilds. She escorted us to a safe haven in the Dead Zone called the Farm, and there we reunited with another familiar face, Tyra Khan. She instructed us to follow our vision with caution, as the area around the Shard of the Traveler had been converted into a dark forest by the wayward light of the Shard. Following our only hope, we pushed through fallen marauders and held close to our ghost. As we reached the luminous Shard, our ghost felt the Traveler's presence once more, and was filled with light. In a cascading array of returning power, we felt our strength build once more. We were not empowered in the same way as we had been, but once again we were blessed with immortality, and we could wield the light as a weapon once more. Our newfound powers would represent a turning point in the Red War. We were the only Guardian in existence to have recovered our light, but we had to make the most of it. We were the last trick up the sleeve of all the Guardians in the lost city, and so we needed to get to work. After clearing up Hawthorne's communications, we picked up a transmission from Zavala, commanding all remaining Guardian forces to rally on Titan. When we ventured there, we found the remnants of the tower's military in disarray. The arcologies were infested with Hive, and we would have to secure the platforms before we could properly reunite with Zavala. After doing so, we would be able to take our first steps against the Cabal. The forces on Titan had intercepted a multitude of Red Legion transmissions. Using one of the Golden Age CPU cores from within the arcology, we would be able to decode those transmissions and discern the best way to strike back. It was also there that we discovered one of the deepest recesses in the lower decks of the arcology, just as we acquired the CPU core. We stopped and saw a giant looming shadow just outside of the observation deck. There was something magnificently large in Titan's oceans, a leviathan the likes of which we had never seen. This was technically the first time we had seen Asa, the proto-hive worm god that had escaped the Witness and Fundament. Though we didn't know it at the time, we were beholding one of the greatest signs of hope that we would ever lay our eyes upon. We didn't have time to marvel at her passing, though. We had to escape with the core. Unfortunately, the secrets it decoded left little good news. Along with the cage, the Red Legion had brought another massive construct with their fleet, a space station known as the Almighty. This station was capable of devouring planets, but it did so for an even more destructive purpose. Using its core weapon system, the Almighty could be used to cause a star to prematurely go supernova. Even if the Cabal lost, they could destroy all of Sol and wipe humanity from the face of existence. Even with this dire news, Zavala's resolve wasn't broken. He sought to reunite his fire team and to take back the lost city no matter the cost. So our next objective was clear. We had to go and find the other fire team members of the Vanguard, which meant going after Cayde 6. Fortuitously, with the CPU in hand, we were able to intercept various other signals from around the system, and one of them would be a signal from Cayde's ghost Sundance. That signal drew us to a planetoid called Nessus. Here we discovered that Cayde had been tangled in some Vex technology that he didn't completely understand. There was also a colony ship that had crashed here, the Exodus Black, one of the Exodus program vessels from so long ago. Its crew were all dead, save for the onboard AI, Failsafe. Thanks to Failsafe's assistance, we were able to save Cayde, and we discovered that the technology he was attempting to lift from the Vex was a teleporter, short range but still capable of being used within the Lost City to get close enough to assassinate Dominus Ghaul. That was Cayde's plan, at least. But to execute it, we'd need to be able to truly reunite the Vanguard, and Cayde would not be doing this alone. So we had to go and find Ikora. Cayde told us that she almost certainly made her way out to Io, a sacred place for warlocks, as it was the last place the Traveler had touched before the collapse began. When we met Ikora, we also found the Red Legion, and we quickly discerned their purpose. At the cradle where the Traveler had set down, they were trying to drain the light from Io, light which bloomed from the planet's core in a latent fashion in the wake of the Traveler. The Red Legion were draining all of it. We had to prevent the Red Legion's sacrilege, and in the process we also discerned their plans. They weren't just draining the light so that they could prevent us from having it. They were trying to take the light for themselves. The Taken population on Io also converged on the Red Legion's experiments. Amongst their number, observing the Cabal and the Guardians alike, were a few envoys of yet another dark figure in the background. Savathun, the Witch Queen, showed her hand for the first time on Io. Her forces marshaled and kept a watchful eye on us as we did what our work demanded, though we wouldn't know the Witch Queen's purpose until far later. Suffice to say, her observations of the Cabal and the Guardians fighting over light now make a lot more sense. Ikora was starting to formulate a plan, even though she had only been back with our fire team for a brief amount of time. We realized that in order to discover more about the Almighty, we would need to leverage one of the oldest assets in the system, a Warmind bunker that was still active on Io. We would be able to use its systems to scan the Almighty for a weakness. From here, we determined that we couldn't simply destroy the Almighty, as it would take the sun with it. Instead, we would need to board the station and sabotage its main weapon. With this knowledge in hand, we reunited the members of the Vanguard at the farm, back in the EDZ. The plan would be to engage the Red Legion in a two-pronged assault. The Vanguard would engage in the initial attack on the Lost City, and would focus on getting the Vex teleporter as close to Ghaul as possible. When we had disabled the Almighty, we would rendezvous with them and use the teleporter to get close enough to Ghaul to assassinate him ourselves. It was a risky plan, but it was our only realistic hope. But in order to board the Almighty, we would need to commandeer a command vessel from the Cabal, and there was only realistically one option. We needed to steal the personal shuttle of one of Ghaul's chosen, a warrior known as Thumos the Unbroken. We dislodged him from his personal command carrier, the Oribas Vectura in the EDZ, and proved that his name was in fact not well earned. Just as quickly, the plan had to be initiated. We boarded Thumos' ship and boarded the Almighty. It was already in the process of charging and was consuming the planet of Mercury for fuel. We fought our way to its core. disabled it, and allowed the assault on the last city to begin. But all this time, as we had been gathering our allies, and as we had been fleeing to find our light once more, Gaul had also been planning. His capture of the Speaker, our leader, at the beginning of the war, meant that he had an extensive amount of time to interrogate him about the nature of the light. Gaul made his desire clear to be chosen by the Traveler, and even though the Speaker had pushed back against him, his resolve was starting to break. The Consul, the other member of the Midnight Coup who had led the overthrow of Emperor Callus, had also been with the Red Legion and was counseling Gaul, stating that he did not need to be chosen by the Traveler, that he instead could do as the legendary Acrius had done and simply claim the light by force. This disagreement, as well as the Speaker's admission that the Traveler wasn't explicitly communicating with him, would lead to a moment of utter rage. The Consul would leave the Speaker dead, and in response to him being called weak, Gaul would kill the Consul, proclaiming that he would indeed take the light for himself, no matter the cost or impediment. As we returned to our home, the city's sky was ablaze with gunfire, and the vanguard were under pressure. By the time we reached them across the city rooftops, they were all but spent. We used the Vex teleporter that Cade had painstakingly set up, and went forth to face Dominus Gaul. We found him aboard his command ship, and before the cage of the Traveler itself. As we approached, an inferno of dark, twisted light was ahead of us, and light had been siphoned into containers all along the command deck of the ship. Something terrible had happened. In front of the cage of the Traveler itself, we fought with Dominus Gaul, and realized that Gaul had indeed harnessed the light and infused himself with it, temporarily but painfully gaining a twisted measure of the light's own power. We faced a paracausal threat that day. We fought Gaul as an equal. He was one of the most powerful Cabal to ever exist, a raiser of 1,000 worlds and an annihilator of suns before he had even claimed the light. But now he had our own powers. Now he too had become legend. In a battle of light against light, we proved the superior force. We struck down the Dominus in spite of his rage and his belief that the light should be his to wield. But as his body fell, the light erupted from it, and Gaul momentarily manifested in a godlike, towering form, a luminous being, standing before the Traveler almost the same size as it. He addressed the Traveler, believing that he had indeed become a god. But he was mistaken. As he proclaimed the dawning of a new age, something awoke within the Traveler. Power, boundless and pure. Whether through our actions or as a response to a divine challenge, the Traveler had awoken. It was alive once more. It shattered the bonds of its cage, casting off its shackles, and it immolated the false god that stood before it. In a blinding explosion of light that destroyed the foundations of the cage itself, light erupted from the Traveler. It shattered the cage, freeing itself and proclaiming its return triumphant as humanity's protector. The light that emerged from the Traveler would spread across the whole of the cosmos, starting at Earth, and then spreading out over the planets of our solar system and beyond. The light poured across the universe, as far as it could reach. The results of this moment would take time to emerge. Many worlds in Sol would be changed. Many great beings would react to this moment where the Traveler had returned. But worst of all, in the darkness out between galaxies, something else had begun to stir at the reaction of the Traveler's reawakening. A presence once lost to time, banished from Sol at the end of the collapse, was returning. The Black Fleet perceived the light. The Witness, who had so long ago been cast out, began the long, slow march towards Sol. The traveler was reawakened, and now it would be able to have its final shape once more. No matter the cost, it would achieve its ultimate goal for the universe. It was only a matter of time before the Black Fleet would return. For now, in the aftermath of the Red War, seemingly there was peace yet again. The Red Legion were cast out of the city, but there were still many remnants out there in the wilds. But at very least, the walls were secure. Our last tower may have been destroyed, but the Guardians once again were the defenders of their city, and with the Travelers reawakening and the destruction of the cage, all the Guardians had their light back once again. But the defeat of Dominus Gaul also prompted another actor at the edge of our system to make their move at last. One day, we received a strange invitation. Gilded and covered in Cabal heraldry, it was a letter. It was a long letter. An entire treatise from someone known as Emperor Callus. The same deposed emperor who had been removed from power by his daughter, Gaul, and the consul in the Midnight Coup. He was inviting us to his Leviathan, a vessel that would soon appear above Nessus, and he planned to reward us for defeating one of the foes that had deposed him. An invitation from the former emperor had the Vanguard notably concerned, as did the following arrival of the huge world-eating vessel itself. As it began to consume Nessus, we made an action to board the Leviathan and began to fight through the many loyalists of Callus. Eventually, though, we realized this was not some grand garrison. This was more of a pleasure barge, a palace built in opulence for the purpose of entertainment. Eventually, we would make our way through all of Callus's games and found ourselves in a throne room. There, we did battle with the Emperor of the Cabal, or at least, we at first thought we did. The more we battled with this Emperor, the more he started to break down, until it was eventually very clear that we weren't facing a real Cabal Emperor, but instead a robotic double of himself, a facsimile designed to render his true self protected. As we struck down the construct, it told us to take the riches we had earned and to grow fat from strength. He also told us of an impending cataclysm that loomed ahead of us, a black edge that he had seen at the forefront of the universe's leading void, a fate which we should all prepare for. We had little time to think on Callus's words, but they would be representative of the doom that was approaching us in the form of the Black Fleet. But before we could even begin to prepare for them, the wave of light sent out by the Traveler was awakening terrible gods and ancient constructs across the system. All of Sol was about to change forever, and it would start with the return of an old mentor to Ikora Rey, a fabled warlock lost deep within the Infinite Forest on Mercury. It had been barely a few months since the return of the Traveler, and already the system had gone through a vast series of changes. But unseen to us on Mercury, Osiris and his ghost Sagira were also experiencing strange happenings. In part, they saw how it was affecting the Vex and our futures should they be the ones to build them. One day, as they explored the simulations of the Infinite Forest, Osiris saw into a future that filled him with dread, a future where the Vex had finally won. This was when Osiris also was confronted by something else, Panoptes, the Vex mind responsible for discovering and creating the simulation where the Vex were victorious. In a moment of desperation, Osiris flung Sagira through a portal out of the Infinite Forest. She was damaged by stray goblin slap rifle fire, but her shell would be discovered by the Vanguard and was returned to the last city. Ikora ordered us to make contact with the Osirian cult on Mercury and to attempt to explore the newly active gateway into the Infinite Forest. We failed to enter it at first and saw many strange Vex from the future and past showing up, indicating a huge influx of active units in the area. The Osirian cultist, Brother Vance, would make a recommendation to us after we had saved him and those who resided in the lighthouse. He knew that we would need to make contact with Osiris and that saving his ghost was probably one of the best ways to find out where he was. Some of the other cultists in the EDZ had the equipment required to reactivate Sagira. It was our only lead at the time, so we followed it. The cultists were unfortunately dead, but we did find the equipment needed for Sagira to temporarily indwell within our own ghost's shell and help us enter the Infinite Forest. It was there that we first met Osiris, or rather, his echoes. These were effectively perfect copies of Osiris, made in a strange shimmer of light. He had always been able to summon them, a strange quirk of his own paracausal abilities, based in an unknown teaching that only he seems to have mastered. These echoes led us through the forest and showed us how Mercury was corrupted by the Vex back at the turn of the Golden Age, before leading us to the dark future where the Vex were victorious. Here, we saw Panoptes for the first time and had to quickly escape its grasp, which would be capable of superseding our light within the simulations of the Infinite Forest. Leaving the forest, it was clear that we needed to destroy this construct. Over our investigations, we learned that that would require us to locate a map of the Infinite Forest and to discover the original moment where Panoptes had been created within its simulations. With this information in hand, we would be able to track the Vex mind through the many pathways of the forest. We fought through Red Legion invaders stuck in a time loop, various Vex constructs, and a variety of other strange hazards, all to acquire this information. But eventually we found what we were looking for. As we discovered the exact temporal coordinates for Panoptes, it showed up right in front of us and abducted Sagira's essence from our ghost's own shell. We were promptly ejected from the Infinite Forest and could only return later with the aid of Ikora Rey, who used her remarkable power to smash through the gateway's defenses and allow us ingress. We quickly converged on the coordinates that we had discovered, along with Osiris's echoes and Osiris himself. Panoptes was destroyed by our combined might, and Sagira was released. The threat of Vex supremacy had been cut short. After reuniting with his ghost and his student, Osiris sought to return to the Infinite Forest with the aim of defending us against the Vex, and further searching for Saint 14. We would return to the lighthouse and made use of its infinite forge to craft several implements of war. None were more curious than the Perfect Paradox. The discovery of this weapon was linked to a signal within the Infinite Forest that matched the signature of Saint 14's light. Converging on that point, we discovered that it was indeed his light, but he was nowhere to be found. As it turned out, the Vex had created a singular mind over countless thousands of simulations that was designed specifically to drain his light. We would follow the path of Saint, and discovered what seemed to be a memorial to the great Titan. He had slain thousands of Vex in his explorations of the forest, and they had expended significant resources to defeat him. On his body, we discovered the broken remnants of this shotgun. We reforged it in the lighthouse's infinite forge, but it led us to a moment where something seemingly impossible happened. Remarkably, Saint 14 had left a message for us with this weapon, stating that he remembered the moment when we gave it to him. We had only ever been raised as a guardian within the last half of a decade, Saint 14 received this weapon in the early City Age or late Dark Age, perhaps. Regardless, we weren't alive for that moment, so it seemed impossible that we would have been able to give him this weapon. Regardless, we held on to this weapon, understanding that not only was it one of the finer crafted shotguns that we had received at the time, but also that with time travel and the Vex, certain possibilities may arise even if they are technically impossible. This perfect paradox might yet come to pass. We might yet live to see ourselves present Saint 14 with this shotgun. We all mourned the loss of this great hero, but we would not have long to do so. Soon we would need to descend upon Mars and face a rising new threat. The Traveler's Light had awakened slumbering gods and begun to thaw the ice around Hellas Basin. Soon Mars would become a battleground of old machines and ancient shadows once more.
Oh, man.
What happened next began with an unusual amount of warsats falling in Hellas Basin. Mars was known to be the home to many of the Warmind's systems, but this activity was unusually focused. The Red Legion's propensity to scavenge such valuable technology meant that we quickly had to investigate the region. We were greeted with a transmission from another resurfacing legend, Anastasia Bray, the long-lost guardian, the infamous hunter of Twilight Gap. She had converged on this location in her quest for the core of the Warmind Rasputin. Whilst we'd interfaced with trace segments of him before, this was his true core and the heart of his system, and she'd found it just in the nick of time. We arrived as the ice was beginning to thaw, and as the forces of Zol and Nokris were beginning to return from their long slumber. Commander Zavala was quick to assert himself into the picture, given that he saw the Warmind as an imminent threat to humanity if it wasn't capable of being made into an asset. Anna Bray wasn't so convinced and believed that Rasputin could be an ally of his own volition, something that Rasputin quickly pounced upon the opportunity to prove by deploying weapons for us to use against the Hive, in particular, a javelin filled with Warmind energy known as the Valkyrie. For the time being, Zavala was still unconvinced, and so he continued to take command, focusing his efforts on drawing out the newly rising threat on Mars, the worm god Zol. We would need to kill Zol, of course, and Zavala thought that we would be up to the task. After all, we had defeated the Taken King. We had killed gods of the Hive before. Surely this time it wouldn't be so different. In order to do this, we would need to lure Zol out, and so we converged on the European Dead Zone to steal a small shard of the Traveler, a source of strong light which would be enough to tempt Zol's hunger and bait the trap. But the trap would not be on our own terms. We would need to descend deep into the Martian tunnels in order to lure out Zol. There we would face Nokris's brood for the first time, and saw firsthand the power of Hive necromancy used against us in order to summon back numerous dead Hive into the battle as it was going on. Fighting through them, we eventually reached a massive ritual chamber and faced off against Nokris for the first time. He was defeated, but he escaped his death thanks to Zol holding possession of his heart. Not unlike an ascendant plane, although not in keeping with the logic of the sword. As we placed our bait here in the center of the brood's hold, we tried to lure Zol out, and the worm did make an appearance. But even here, with all our light, the worm's power and darkness was overwhelming. Quickly, after it addressed us only for moments, we realized it was going to be too strong. We were buried in the snowy drifts beneath the Martian surface. Our ghost was luckily able to fish us out, but the situation was beginning to evolve in a rather dramatic fashion. Zol was now making a beeline for Rasputin, and our plan had completely fallen apart. Zavala caved and admitted that perhaps we would need the Warmind's assistance and its Valkyrie weapons to actually defeat the Worm God, just as Anna Bray had continuously pointed out. As we closed on Rasputin's core, we overloaded some of his systems in order to overcharge the Valkyrie with yet more power, an unfortunate but necessary step for what we were about to do. Despite Zol's gargantuan size and his great power, with our might and the Warmind's weaponry combined, we were able to overcome this great beast, and saw it destroyed in the shadow of the Warmind. In the aftermath of the battle, Rasputin made contact with us, telling us that he would be the guardian of the system of Sol and of humanity, as he had once been, and that he would have no equal. In this moment, he began to launch an entirely new series of warsats into the system, and expanded his reach and sight to all new avenues and all new heights. Our further explorations of Mars would lead us to rediscover some of the Icolos weapon project, and in particular updated designs for the sleeper simulant that Rasputin had initially created for Guardians during the Taken War against Oryx. We also found our first hints as to the true identity of the Exo Stranger. After decoding several messages and sigils left behind, we discovered that the Exo Stranger was likely to be none other than Anna Bray's own sister, Elsie. Elsie's final message was simply asking us to watch over Anna, and to ask
القدر جمع نيفرا وسنان مع بعض
Oh no.
من جديد. إذا بتفتح أبواب القدر ما حيكون منيح مشاننا نحن الاثنين.
أنت مجبور تحكي لي كل شيء.
Oh, she's signed out? What the hell? Why am I getting ads? I've got... What?
us to be ready, knowing that soon
Okay.
we would meet again. There was also one mysterious circumstance, whispers on Io that drew us to the lost oasis. Beneath, in dark catacombs, we would hear the words of Zol again, even though he had perished at our hands. And from these whispers a challenge was rendered. Down here in the dark, upon completing this challenge and proving our might within the Hive's own logic, we would discover the whisper of the worm, the last remnants of Zol's hungry soul, cleft into a weapon and made manifest in our hands. Zol would bind himself to the logic of the sword and to us so that he could not only survive, but feed greedily upon the killing blows that we dealt to our foes. And there would be many foes awaiting us in the future. Far greater challenges awaited us on the horizon, and it would all begin in the reef.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Getting into the fun stuff, man.
As the conflict on Mars began to die down, Cade and the Queen's Wrath, Petra Venge, had gone hunting. A new abomination had hit the reef in recent months, a writhing mass of new Elixni forces that were not quite alive. These new dead Elixni, or rather undead
Oh, the
Elixni,
Scorn.
were known as the Scorn. Tainted by some kind of dark ether, they could be risen again from the dead repeatedly. They were led by 8 barons, whom the Hunter and the Queen's Wrath would work to capture successfully over a long campaign. In the process of this, they discovered that the true leader of the Scorn was an all-too-familiar face, a traitor, Aldrin Sov, brother of the late Queen Mara. For their crimes, all of the Scorn and Aldrin were locked away in the max security wing of the Prison of Elders. As one of the barons, Fikrul the Fanatic, spoke to Varix the Loyal, he made it clear that the Awoken lacked a strong leader without Mara.
Oh, man. I
Varix
love
saw
Cade.
this, and feared for the fate of his own people as well. But it was the words of Aldrin that may well have pushed him over the edge, and made it feel as though it was necessary for him to perform his next treacherous action. Varix made off with his own personal ether supplies, and released every prisoner within the Prison of Elders in order to cover his escape, As this happened, many terrible criminals were released, such as Aramis the ship stealer, Baron of the House of Devils. Of
Cade is
course,
such a
most
funny-
crucially of all,
He's so
the
funny.
Scorn was set loose as well. Petra recalled Cade immediately to help her contain the prison break, and Cade invited us along for the ride. And thanks to Cade's assistance, we were able to truly lock down the prison once and for all. But Petra had a deeper concern. She headed down to the Supermax wing where the Barons and Aldrin were being locked away, and she found that they had all made their escape. They were leaving via the airlock on the lowest part of the Prison of Elders. Cade destroyed a part of the prison's central processing hub and rode the debris down to reach them more quickly. Unfortunately, this left him isolated and alone, and destroyed some of our ways down that we might have used to get to him more quickly. Alone, he faced off against the majority of the escaped Scorn. They were armed and ready for this moment, and whilst it was not the falling clubs and gnashing teeth of the Scorn foot soldiers that got to him, there was one amongst their number who was better armed, a Baron, Purha, the rifleman. He would take up a perch above the battlefield and waited for an ideal moment to strike. But he didn't kill Cade. He killed Cade's ghost, Sundance. Cade was left broken and beaten by his encounter with the Barons. Without the light, there was little hope.
Uh-oh.
But it was Prince Aldrin who stole Cade's weapon, the Ace of Spades, and asked him if he had any last words.
How's your
Moments
sister?
before we could arrive at the scene, Aldrin delivered the killing blow, fatally shooting Cade 6. As we arrived, Aldrin and the Barons escaped, and Cade passed away in our arms. We would return Cade's remains to the tower, and though Zavala didn't want to commit forces to hunting Aldrin for fear of losing more friends, Ikora had a fire in her heart. So did we. We stated plainly for Zavala that he wouldn't need to commit any forces, breaking the silence that had persisted since the Black Garden's heart. For the first time, we spoke, and promised Aldrin Sov would die by our hands. But before going after Aldrin Sov, Ikora had found something that we needed to address. She had been having visions and dreams of light, potentially sent to her by the Traveler. We followed those dreams to Io, and were gifted with new understandings of our light. With these new powers in hands, it appeared that the Traveler might be preparing to arm us better for what came next. To hunt down the Barons, we would need to head to the Tangled Shore, a lawless and wayward patch of space within the reef's territory, frequented by pirates and smugglers. Petra picked up on our signal shortly after we arrived and offered us some assistance against the Barons. That assistance came in an unusual form, Elixni. Criminal Elixni, but Elixni at our side nonetheless. This was perhaps the first time we had properly fought alongside allied Fallen. It turned out that these Elixni didn't work for Petra, but instead worked for the Spider, an Elixni crime boss who had grown frustrated that the Barons were cutting into his business on the shore, having even removed him from his previous hideout. He agreed to give us their location in exchange for us running a few errands for him on the shore. When he did give up the location of the Barons, they had had the necessary time to fortify it into a stronghold of their own, and though we carved through numerous Scorn, we arrived too late. The Barons escaped, and we had to individually hunt them down before reaching Aldrin Sov. And so we went down and hunted them all. The Rider, the Mad Bomber, the Trickster, the Rifleman, the Hangman, the Mindbender, the Machinist, and eventually, as we made our way to a well-guarded Awoken watchtower, we faced down the last of them, Fikrul, the Fanatic. But while we had been hunting, Aldrin had been listening. As it turned out, his murder of Cade had not been of his own volition entirely. He had been guided to his target by a spectral vision of his lost sister Mara, who had told him to let the reef burn, and that only he could free her from some dark prison. The spectral vision guided him to the European Dead Zone, where he took a shard of the Traveler and brought it with him to the Tangled Shores watchtower.
Florabelle is our new hero inside
brother,
AFK
why am I
Journey,
getting
and
ads?
despite
I
her
have-
charming appearance, this
Deep within that watchtower, the one that linked to the dream.
Hold on, I shouldn't be getting ads. I have YouTube Premium. Okay, so you want to be like that? That's fine. Okay, I got signed out. That's fine. Now I understand.
Worlds. A new order was a real possibility that at last lay within reach. Or so they thought back in the days of the City Age. These moments might have been separated by days, they might have been separated by centuries, but regardless, we know from the
I gotta find back where it is. Where is it? Right around here.
light nonetheless. An elixir to fortify it. The mind that awoke Mr. Mara, the one that linked to the dreaming city. The corruption
There we
behind
go.
Aldrin's eyes was starting to grow. In that moment, the darkness within Aldrin and the shard's light were combined. They opened a gateway within the inner chamber of the watchtower, a gateway that led to the dreaming city. The apparition of Mara thanked Aldrin and said that he had indeed been the key to freeing her. But in truth, Aldrin had unleashed a powerful Taken entity, a chimera possessed of a greater mind, somewhere off, far beyond the portal's end. It quickly consumed him, swallowing him whole just as we arrived on the scene. We had to destroy this terrible monster, and after defeating it, a broken, beaten, and no longer bewitched Aldrin was lying face first in front of us. Just as he had done to Cade, we then offered him his last words, with the Ace of Spades being held in dark offering of finality. It isn't clear to this day who killed the Forsaken Prince, but his death would create echoes across the many years of our story still to come. Petra wasn't done though. Regardless of whether we had shot Aldrin or whether she had, she insisted that the work needed to continue, and it would continue in the Dreaming City. She told us that we needed to make contact with Mara Sov, and that she could do so if we merely returned to the watchtower and stepped through the gateway that Aldrin had created. On the other side, we got our first glimpse at the Dreaming City, the Awoken's most sacred place in all existence. We met up with Petra, and after reactivating an Awoken device called the Oracle Engine, we heard the voice of Mara Sov. But unlike for poor Aldrin, this was no apparition. This time, the voice of the Queen was real, and as it turned out, Eris, Mara, and Osiris's plans had borne fruit. Back at the Battle of Saturn, the Queen knew that she would need to die, and that her death would leave Oryx exposed. But she had prepared for this moment. Much like the Hive, she had carved a throne world for herself out of the Ascendant Plane. With the assistance of her captured wish dragon, Riven, she was able to create Elysinia, a throne of her own that would allow her to persist beyond death. But unfortunately, the Dreaming City had been left vulnerable to an attack by Oryx in the opening moments of the Taken War, and so Oryx had reached through and corrupted Mara's throne world, and had even sent his agents into the Dreaming City. It was now infested not just with Scorn, but also with Taken. And worse still, Hive broods were descending upon the Awoken's most holy stronghold. But, worst of all, Riven had been taken by Oryx before we had destroyed him. She had been the one who had been directing Aldrin. She had been the one who had given him the visions of Mara. She had been the one responsible for Cade's death. Petra had put two and two together quickly enough, and Mara did as well. Aldrin might have pulled the trigger, but the real menace behind this was the manipulations of Riven of a Thousand Voices, the last known Ahamkara. The vengeance of a monarch who has lived for 1,000,000 years is something to behold, and the action which Mara undertook was swift and decisive. Without hesitation, she decreed that the Dreaming City should be opened to the Guardians, and that we should assemble a team to hunt the last Ahamkara. We were promised the bounty of the Awoken's realms yet again if we could slay Riven, and so we eagerly set out on our mission. As we worked our way towards the Queen's Walk Spire, we could not have known the doom that we would unleash. But as our feet touched the ground, our hearts were set on vengeance, and so perhaps it was already too late. We began our missions by freeing the Techians, Kali and Shurochi, who instructed us that they would be able to contain Riven's heart if only we killed her. They also warned against the strong desires that we brought to bear in our fight, telling us that our desires as 6 immortal Godslayers could feed a nation of Ahamkara, let alone just one. But maybe we should have listened more closely. Moving deeper into the heart of the Dreaming City, we faced challenges from powerful Taken and some of the Awoken's defenses that sealed Riven away. And when at last we reached the spire itself, we confronted Riven in her titanic form. She had been empowered with the darkness of the Taken energy thanks to Oryx, and her already significant power and strength as a dragon was nearly unmatched. Racing up and down the spire, we fought with her, the last dragon, the last Ahamkara, until at last the killing blow was struck, and there was nothing more that Riven could do but grant one last wish. When we took her heart to the Techians, they contained it away, but Riven's sirens still spoke to us, and revealed that we had unwittingly given her the power to grant the wish of another dark entity. As immortal Godslayers, our will and desire was indeed a banquet for Riven, just as the Techians had warned. And with our wish to kill her granted, she fed gluttonously on that power. She used it to enact the whimsical wish of another being who had visited her in her time of isolation. Between the death of Oryx and our arrival in the Dreaming City, another mysterious presence had crept in. One whose name we would know in fear from this day forward. Savathun, the Witch Queen. She had also made a wish of Riven of 1,000 Voices, but this time it was not one which Riven could so easily twist or so easily grant without the requisite power. Savathun's wish, the last wish Riven granted here in this moment, was that the Dreaming City should be taken. And so, with our power having been delivered unto Riven's hungry jaws, it was so. The Dreaming City was cursed to exist in a terrible limbo. Every 3 weeks, a cycle would continue. The curse would grow in potency week by week until it crescendoed in that 3rd and final week. And then, the cycle would begin again. Those trapped within the weft of the Dreaming City's curse are bound still to this day. They will repeat the same 3-week cycle over and over, perhaps for all eternity, until the universe has gutted out and there is nothing left but entropy. There is little that can be done to save them. None can leave, none can flee. They are trapped. They can only live out their eternal fates forevermore. Riven's final vengeance against the Awoken would not be the destruction of the Dreaming City that she had helped to build. It would not be the death of Aldrin at the hands of those looking to avenge Cayde. It would instead be the cursing of the Awoken people and their most sacred place. Riven had laid a trap like this for a long time, and now, in this darkest moment, Riven's vengeance was complete. But as the curse cycle continued onward and the forces of the tower attempted to learn more about what exactly had caused it, there was an unexpected spark of light in this dark place. A ghost named Glint entered the Dreaming City. It had been doing what all ghosts do. It was searching for a guardian. His guardian. It found an abandoned monument on a distant cliff. There, under a funeral pall, a body had been laid to rest. Scanning the body, Glint determined that it was one worthy of wielding the Traveler's Light. This was the one. This was his guardian. But the man Glint raised had once been known as Aldrin Sov. As a guardian freshly reborn, this former Prince of the Reef had no memories of his past life, no recollection of the people he had killed or the pain that he had caused. He was a new person. His past life was not his to live. Soon enough he would find his former identity, his past self, and would discover the truth. But until then, he did have to choose a new name, and so he would be known as the new person that he was, no longer as Aldrin Sov, the Forsaken Prince, but as the Crow, a light bearer.
Bam, just getting interesting.
In the aftermath of Riven's defeat, an age of lawlessness descended upon the tower. Guardians had shown their open resentment towards the Vanguard for refusing to send a full force to go after Aldrin Sov. The fact that a rogue Guardian had achieved the version of justice most people wanted to see by taking things into their own hands only soured this wound further. It was a time when we saw the authority of the tower loosen to the point where we began forging strange alliances with many new faces. Of particular note would be Ada I of the Black Armory, the former Emperor of the Cabal, Callus, and a mysterious man with no name who would ask that we simply called him the Drifter. Our first real meeting was with Ada I, and she very quickly made it clear that she was not exactly fond of Guardians. She ran what was left of the Black Armory, an institution that had been started back before the collapse, which Ada had preserved in her time. Master weapons crafters, with some of the most powerful technology preserved from the Golden Age and improved over time. She had seen the assaults of the warlords in the Dark Ages and had even seen the Black Armory suffer under those assaults. The warlords had sought the remarkable weapons technology of the Foundry, technology that Ada I had managed to preserve. But now she needed assistance. Her forges were either lost or overrun, and the potent arms of the Black Armory had drawn wondering eyes. So, wearily, at the advice of the Spider, she extended her hand in cooperation to us, against all of her best instincts. Whilst we would reclaim the forges from a number of assailants, none would be more persistent than Civix, the leader of a new group of Fallen known as the Kel's Scourge. He was a ruthless opponent who would first be known to us for his most daring gambit, a raid upon a Black Armory vault located within the last city itself. Given the Elixni's propensity for taking technology and splicing it together with their own, they quickly used whatever they found within the vault to great effect. They augmented the armor, weapons, and shields of their soldiers. Worse still, they began to entrench their position and even constructed the first iteration of a war machine that would go on to mar the system for years to come. They created Insurrection Prime, the first ever pattern of Fallen Brig. Guardians had to clear out the force of Fallen Raiders from the last city's Botsa district, especially given the fact that the invaders had discovered superweapons capable of bringing devastation to the city at large. This was a desperate gambit by the Fallen, but it was an equally desperate defense by us Guardians. Luckily, we were able to fend off the Kel's Scourge. Even after Insurrection Prime fell, though, it was clear that what was left of the Black Armory's stocks within the vault had been taken. Civix was nowhere to be found, and there would be a trail of discarded and torn papers from the Black Armory's files. We had discovered that his rummaging would lead us to other forges. In particular, notes had been found that would lead Civix on a trail to the European Dead Zone, to the lost fourth forge of the Black Armory at their old EDZ facility. This also contained a project that was unique to the Black Armory at the very end of the Golden Age, a project that was being created in the so-called Niobe Labs. Project Niobe itself would be an attempt to combine a forge with a working exomind from Clovis Bray, an exo body. As it turned out, Ada I was the prototype. After breaking through layers of security and finally facing off against the Kel Scourge one last time, we discovered a critical component that Civix had retrieved. Ada 1's lost obsidian accelerator. Returning it to Ada 1, returning the Black Armory papers and returning her forges to working order meant that she would at least be able to trust the Guardians, seeing that despite the actions of the Warlords, we were not all cut from the same cloth. We earned her trust that day, and, in the process, earned ourselves some of the most powerful and infamous weapons that have ever been wielded by Guardians. The great Izanagi's burden in particular was a weapon that still stands the test of time to this day. Much like so many others, it has slain gods in our hands. The Drifter was the next face to darken our door, although by this point we had already engaged with him several times, particularly in his so-called Gambit, an arena that pitted Guardians against Guardians in a race to manipulate darker powers and claim victory over the Taken. Rumors and mystery had swirled around the Drifter for years. He had had dealings with the Dark Guardians known as the Shadows of Yore. He had supposedly lived in the days of the Iron Lords, and had made petitions of Fellwinter himself. He had visited the so-called Fourth Tomb of Nezarec and lived to tell the tale. He had been to a dark world and seen umbral monsters devour his crew's light. Regardless of which of these rumors were true or not, it was clear that this Lightbearer was dangerous. Our involvement with him deepened when we made our way into his ship and communed with the suppliers that would allow him to harness the Taken. As it turned out, these suppliers were the Nine. Our interactions with them prior to this point had been very limited. Only the creature Zur, who we'd seen occasionally in the tower, had communicated with us. And of course, there had been our brief contact with the Emissary, who had invited us into trials in the past, trials specifically set forth by the Nine to see us in combat. This Emissary communed with us once more. She was mostly unknown to us merely as just the Nine's mouthpiece, but they explained the nature of many beings as we interacted with them throughout the system. They also gave us the first true hints that there were some amongst our ranks that would begin to wield the powers of darkness, and that such darkness would represent an elemental balance of sorts. They had seen that Elsie Bray and Eris Morn would go on to wield the darkness, and they saw that all fates would converge on us. They also saw that the Drifter was beginning to wield darkness as well, in possibly the least surprising turn of fate. They didn't explicitly hint that we would be doing the same, but the possibility was left open. From the Nine, we learned that the Drifter had indeed been one of the so-called Shadows of Yore, and had once gone by the moniker of Dredge and Hope. After the Nine had seen his capacity to wield darkness without corruption, they had gifted him the Hall, the massive orb at the tail end of his vessel, an engine of potential and the source of his Taken when connected to the realms of the Nine. As we communed more with them, we would continue to re-enter the Hall, which reshaped itself every time. When we did, we discovered more of their secrets, eventually culminating in the revelation that the Drifter was aware of an impending doom, and that he was preparing to survive a second collapse of sorts. The Nine had warned him of this incoming threat, and had told him to keep playing the game of Gambit, leaving him with one of his signature jade coins, this time not embossed with the sigil of a familiar enemy, but instead with a vessel of the Black Fleet. Yet another warning that they would soon be upon us. The Drifter's mystery was a curiosity to us all, but it was also a potential threat to the general safety of the tower in the eyes of others. There were some who believed that the Drifter represented a greater existential threat than even figures such as Oryx, for he was not simply a representation of fear and darkness, he was a representation of potential temptation and corruption. In particular, there were Guardians that, given the choice, would have seen Drifter killed. Amongst their ranks was a member of the Praxic Order known as Arnor Mahal, a hidden agent. She would take time to investigate the Drifter and find out whether he was working for good or not. In the end, Arnor chose not to strike him down, even though she easily could have, given the chance. He gave her valid information on the whereabouts of some loose shadow of your pretenders, and with this she was satisfied that the Drifter could at least be trusted to discern who was too dangerous to be allowed to thrive. The Drifter was safe, for now, though it would still be correct to say that the Vanguard tolerated his presence rather than welcoming him. In this time, we also made contact with another mysterious figure, an Eliksni captain called Mithrax. We had met him before on Titan, where he had continuously given us the slip in a battle for a methane reactor at the station's core. We spared his life in a moment of mercy when fighting against a Hive Knight. This gesture of mercy that he had capitalized on was something that had utterly changed him. After dwelling on it for some time, Mithrax had decided on a course of action that would mark him as a unique member of the Eliksni, one with determination and grit, and above all, faith. He believed that he could be the Kell of a new house of Eliksni, one that stood in allegiance to the Guardians, and stood for the will of the Great Machine. He named it the House of Light, but his fledgling house would need time to grow, and in the meantime he needed to show his loyalty. And so it was that through a convoluted list of messages and alerts, he was able to bring us to the farm, where he then told us of another invasion of the last city that would occur soon. Not an all-out invasion and an attempt to rob a larger vault of the Black Armory this time. No, instead, it would be a more covert operation conducted by a fallen baron who had escaped the Prison of Elders, Eramis the Ship Stealer. She was planning still an audacious heist, a raid on the old tower's deeper vaults that were held by the Cryptarchy. If she succeeded, she would make off with the remnants of Outbreak Prime, the Siva weapon that had first emerged during the Siva crisis. Mithrax offered us aid and became the first notable example of cooperation between the Eliksni and humanity that wasn't explicitly made under pirate schemes. As we succeeded, it would also be the decisive moment that would drive Eramis closer to the side of darkness. She would curse Mithrax and the Great Machine, and she would seek power elsewhere. The old dogma of the Eliksni was not enough. She would seek a paracausal boon. She would seek darkness. Later that same year, we would leave behind Eliksni activity, the Drifters Games, and Ada-1's forges so that we could return to a place of opulence that had been pulled into squalor. The Emperor Callus had called us back to the Leviathan. We had already made several return journeys at the behest of the Emperor. The vessel had been dealing with various issues over the last year. At one point, it had consumed Nessus's planetary core, and at another point, the last flailing leader of the Red Legion, Valkaor, had invaded its upper spire in an attempt to wrest control of the vessel. This time, Callus had made a grave miscalculation of an entirely different nature. He was looking to expand his armies and to gain control over the Hive. He believed that he had to gain control over them in order to prepare the universe for the ending that he had foreseen and which he imagined when he first beheld the Witness. And so, he went to one of the Cabal's Athenaeum worlds and retrieved a Hive artifact of remarkable power, the Crown of Sorrow. The wearer of this Hive crown could supposedly gain a remarkable degree of control over the Hive, and thus could be their leader. Callus wasn't foolish enough to wear the crown himself, but he did create a genetically enhanced warrior to wear it. The warrior's name was Galran, and he had been enhanced with a series of more resilient mental barriers and protections in an attempt to resist the corruption of the crown. But the true power within this crown was wielded by one who was more deadly than we could possibly have anticipated. The crown's true master was Savathun. Realistically, there was very little that could have been done to protect Galran from such corruption. When he wore the crown, almost instantly Savathun took control of him, and the lawless hive that had filled the lower decks of the Leviathan as nothing more than fodder or perhaps an entertaining amusement for Callus suddenly turned into an organized force. This area of the menagerie was known to house many exotic beasts, and in the process, some of the Vex that Callus had stored here were released as well. But as the Hive were the more pressing threat, We were asked to deal with them and were dispatched to deal with Galran first. Callus called upon us, promising us untold riches should we succeed, and succeed we did. These actions would be so impressive to him that he would begin to see our place within his ranks evolve into something more. In time, he would offer us a place amongst his shadows, his secret agents that served as assassins and loyal protectors, the same agents that had gone after the conspirators, the same agents that had tried continually to kill his daughter, Gaul, and the consul. Some guardians might have accepted the title. For a time, we might have as well. But the Emperor's sway would be held more strongly over some guardians than others. Callus lavished us all with gifts, including donating a tribute hall of sorts to us, one that could be used to mark our various achievements. This tribute hall was fascinating, for it was haunted by an all-too-familiar spirit, Toland the Shattered. We had interacted with his incorporeal spirit countless times by now. We first saw him on the Dreadnought as he guided us towards Oryx, the Taken King, and we had met him again in the Dreaming City as he helped us to navigate the Ascendant Realms. Now we met him here, and followed his teachings to reforge a weapon of staggering power, the Bad Juju, the hungry engine of the sword logic that Toland himself had conceived of, a weapon whose hunger was seemingly unending, and whose purpose was to consume till the universe was made sharp. Toland used this opportunity to warn us, after we had acquired the weapon, that there were greater forces of darkness that we had yet to face, forces that were higher on the rungs of the pyramid than even those hive gods that we had slain thus far, and that those forces would arrive sooner than we expected. His words could not have been more prophetic, considering what happened next.
This was Shadowkeep.
Ever since the invasion of the last city during the Red War, we had not actually seen or heard from Eris Morn. She had been in communications with Mara Sov and had made several excursions with her in an attempt to better understand the foe that was approaching. Fate has a funny way of being cyclical, and Eris would find herself returning to the place where she had been changed forever. She returned to Luna, hot on the trail of this new shadow, a looming nightmare that we would soon have to confront. Our first realization of this looming threat came in the sudden resurgence of hive activity on the moon. Having now crushed Crota, Oryx, Zol, and Nokris, the renewed forces of the last city descended upon the moon with confidence. We had slain great gods of the hive, and the great disaster was a distant memory. Little did we know that the tragedy of that nightmarish past would soon quite literally come to revisit us. We made our way in the initial assault towards the new great fortress of the hive that had been risen from the moon's surface, and we then delved deeper into the pits below. Our ghost could make out strange readings as we faced the hive, and it turned out that they weren't truly hive. They looked like them. They had the same bioenergetics as them, but they were like shadows or whispers, facsimiles, foes that we had known well, and yet they were not those foes. Something wasn't right. We soon started to see visions of strange ghostly figures before us. They looked like guardians. Shadows tinted in a bloody and terrible hue. Something was not right, that much was clear, but we could not have guessed at the true extent of what we were about to face. The oppressive darkness enveloped us as we moved through a canyon that led into a great crevasse. Our ghost started to say that they were feeling strange. And then we saw it. The Pyramid of Luna. A vessel of the Black Fleet. The same vessel that had once belonged to Nezarec, the final god of pain. The vessel that had been sent crashing into the moon during the collapse. And yet here it was, the vessel that had led the assault on Earth. It was unblemished, untarnished, and it appeared to have just awoken. As we continued our approach, we were blocked by a defensive barrier of the pyramids, a force field that slowed our movements and prevented our passage. But these weren't the only defenses that Nezarek's pyramid had in place. In response to our attempted and unwelcome intrusion, the pyramid began to manifest remnants of some of our greatest fears. A nightmare, swollen with malice, began to take shape in front of us, and we saw green fire and a terribly familiar blade. What appeared before us was Crota, the son of Oryx. But this was impossible. He was striding forth once more across the moon that he had ravaged, and yet he had died by our hand. Though it was clearly some false copy of the Hive God that we had once known, we cut him down and extracted a strange and nightmarish essence. But as soon as the Light Eater had fallen, he rose again, flanked by nightmares of Gaul and Fikrul, the fanatic. Some of our greatest foes manifested once more as nightmares sent to destroy us. This response from the pyramid would have overwhelmed us, but Eris Morn was there to assist us. She pulled us out with the same hive magics that she had used long ago to save us in Crota's throne world. She extracted us to an overlook that showed the pyramid in its full glory. Eris told us that in order to understand what lay before us, this ancient enemy that had caused our collapse, we would need to find a way inside. Doing this would be no small task. To bypass the defenses of the pyramid that we had encountered, we would need to understand them. After a little observation of the local hive, we discovered that they were unaffected by the nightmares. This immunity would be our key to bypassing the defenses, and whilst it was a relevant revelation, there was a more important one that happened swiftly after our investigation had started. A nightmare of Omnigul passed through the camp. It would have destroyed Eris Morn were it not for the essence that we had claimed from the false nightmare of Crota. It turned out that this essence that we had collected earlier was enough to defend Eris, and this was our next clue. A lucky moment, a lucky break, but it would tell us that we could indeed collect and purify the essences of the nightmares and could then transfer their power into special tokens, a set of armor that would ward us against the pyramid. This was known as the Dreambane armor, and to complete it we would need to further refine our understandings of the Hive's own protection against the nightmares. We ventured to the apex of the Scarlet Keep and slew Crota's first daughter, Hush Ladun. On her person, she had a tablet speaking of something strange, an object known as a cryptoglyph, a hive artifact whose powerful runes could be used to cast their most potent spells. After a little more investigation, we discovered that retrieving it would allow us to finally forge Dreambane armor. We would finally be able to make use of any nightmare essences that we had gathered, including the ones of Omnigul and Crota that we had previously slain. But unfortunately, accessing the cryptoglyph would be no small task. We would need to find it by venturing to the lowest point, at the bottom of the Hellmouth. Deep within its catacombs, we would find ourselves in a cavern that left us in the shadow of the pyramid itself. The darkness in this place was so oppressive that our light was like the last flickering of a distant dying sun. But still we pushed forward. We destroyed a second daughter of Crota, Besselrith, and narrowly escaped with the cryptoglyph in hand. The darkness was so oppressive this time that Eris could not pull us out. We had to save ourselves. After taking further essences from the nightmares of Tanax, Skolas, and Fogoth, we were able to combine them with the earlier essences of Crota and Omnigul, and thus our Dreambane armor was complete. We had our defense against the pyramid barrier. We ventured deeper toward the pyramid, and as we fell further down the cliffs, we realized that we were able to pass by the barrier. But our ghost still kept speaking in a strange manner. It was as though it was suffering, and as though it wasn't itself. As we made our way further down, we jumped to reach the next section of cliff, and were suddenly ensnared by a strange gravitational power. It began to pull us slowly through the air towards an opening in the pyramid itself, and our possessed ghost sounded as though he was now drained of light. A new voice echoed through our ghost now. It promised us violence, beauty, and truth. It stated that all of these things waited within the pyramid, and that there was no turning back now. It welcomed us into the heart of darkness itself. After facing more terrible nightmares of Gaul, the Fanatic, and Crota, we reached the apex of the pyramid and saw the first of many veiled statues. The meaning of these statues is still not known to this day, but in great areas and concentrations of darkness, they can almost universally be found. From above this statue, a strange orb floated down as we approached. The artifact lay before us, beckoning us, and we reached out to touch it. And for a moment, there was darkness. And then, we were back in the Black Garden. The sky was filled with dozens of vessels of the Black Fleet, and a dark copy of ourselves approached. It promised us that soon they would arrive, and that it was not our friend or our enemy, but that instead it was our salvation. It is still not entirely clear, but to this day it is believed that this is our first known contact and communication with the entity that we would come to know as the Witness, the perpetrator of the collapse, the leader of the Black Fleet, the immortal and eternal enemy of the Traveler. When we extracted from the pyramid, we quickly gave the artifact to Eris for study. It was unlike anything we had seen, and was strangely unlike anything else that we had seen inside the pyramid. It radiated strange signals and pulsed with an unfamiliar, sickly light. Those signals began to pinpoint directions to us. The artifact resonated with a new signal whose origin point would send us back to the first place where we had truly conquered darkness in any form. It would send us back to the Black Garden. Using a Vex gate that we had discovered on the moon, we ventured into that primordial place, where the Vex of the Soul Divisive still fought to bind themselves to a greater divinity, a power beyond their own understandings. Using the same techniques that they had before, these Vex had somewhat successfully bound themselves into this power, and they had achieved a form of apotheosis for themselves. As we followed the signal deeper, we moved towards its source. At first, we had always assumed that this was a great mesa, a great stone structure that lay at the heart of the Black Garden. Upon further inspection, we saw that it was in fact the remnants of a great tree, though there were no branches and no trunk, only a burnt and withered stump. Eris would later discover that this burnt stump was the remains of a tree of silver wings. Who destroyed it and why is a matter of great debate. But at the apex of what was left of this stump, beneath a lake of Radiolarian Vex fluid, we discovered that at the heart of the tree there was another veiled statue, and it was here that the artifact's signal concluded. And when we returned, having chased this signal all the way through the garden, it began to change again. Eris informed us that after this discovery the artifact had communicated further, though these communications were not visions, they were messages of a more complex nature. They were messages that seemed as though they came from a different creator. It is through these messages that we learned of the initial idea of a creation myth, of the gardener and the winnower, and how the balance of existence before time was undone by the gardener's choices. What part of this might be lies, and what part of it might be truth is still unclear. But what does seem clear is that whoever wrote it is not the same as the one who made contact with us in the garden through the artifact initially. One speaks stating we will arrive, and the other states I am majestic. There are many mysteries to these communications from the artifact. Some we may understand should we venture into the heart of the Traveler. The artifact wasn't the only thing that sprung to life. The Vex of the Soul Divisive were emboldened by the recent events, and they had begun to flood the moon from the garden channels. They took the opportunity to resurrect the Undying Mind, which fled into many different timelines across the garden and made copies of itself, so that it would be guaranteed to succeed in its mission, and it could not be allowed to accomplish its purpose and return the heart of the Black Garden to life, lest the whole of the light and creation should be destroyed for good. Facing this threat head-on would be Ikora Rey's task. She worked to construct a device that would be able to pull the copies of the Undying Mind from every timeline, and would allow us to destroy it for good. But with its destruction, Guardians would change the course of history irrevocably, and would hasten the march of all things to come. With the destruction of the Undying Mind, looming shadows would encroach upon us once more. They would arrive sooner than we could have realized. But in opposition to these forces, old legends would also rise, and even time itself would not stop them from returning to us in our greatest hour of need. It was clear in this time that we were marshalling for war. Two sides of an eternal conflict were starting to square up, and we needed reinforcements. The first of which would come from a place that spoke of paradoxes and the corridors of time itself. After the destruction of the final copy of the Undying Mind, Osiris noticed a distinct change in the Infinite Forest. All future Vex simulations began pointing to a single, distinct future possibility. Osiris would explore this new world that repeated through every simulation, and saw that it led to the destruction of the last city and to a monolithic structure looming over it in victory. He communicated this to Ikora, and was aware that a terrible threat would soon be upon them. But prior to this, Osiris had also been busy on Mercury trying to investigate other things. He had constructed a device called the Sundial, and it was a remarkable machine. It allowed him to tap into the corridors of time, the passageways used by the Vex to time travel, but they could be used by us to do the same. With the correct temporal coordinates, Osiris knew what he wanted to do. He wished to influence things to change one specific moment in the timeline, to make sure that his greatest error would not haunt him any longer. He would try to bring back his long-lost love, Saint 14. Saint 14's death was his greatest regret, and as he first ventured into the seemingly endless corridors of time, he sent out his echoes in their multitudes, scouting as far as he could. But no matter how far he went, he could not find Saint, not in the right moment where he could intercede and save him. After a long time of trying, he left his sundial deactivated on Mercury and returned to his other business. But it was here that another force sought to make use of it. After their defeat, the Red Legion was still looking for technology and advantage in this system, and in particular their leadership at the time had fallen to a small group of Scion Flayers. They discovered the sundial and saw that it sung with the potential to change the course of history. And so they decided to make use of it for themselves, dividing their efforts into the past, present, and future, with one of each of their senior trio pushing to control fate in each, and change the course of history so that the Red Legion had never lost the Red War. And so it was that three of the senior Flayers, Nirul, Tazarok, and Ozlekt, all ventured forth, leaving their youngest sister, Umtek, behind, as she was not ready to take on such a burden. Realizing his error, Osiris quickly recalled the Guardians and asked us to use the sundial to venture into these different contained timelines so that we would be able to destroy the Flayers within each one. This would stop them from enacting their plan and rewriting the course of history for their own benefit. We would face countless copies of these three Scion Flayers, and in each timeline we would bring them to heel, destroying them for good. But the sundial was not originally made with the purpose of chasing the Scions. Osiris had originally made it to recover Saint 14, and when we brought the perfect paradox, Saint's shotgun, into proximity with the sundial, the two reacted. Perfect Paradox managed to transmit a pair of temporal coordinates to us. Osiris would previously have blundered blindly into the corridors of time, but now, following these coordinates, we were able to follow the corridors for ourselves, and in doing so, we would find Saint. Following the first set of coordinates, we ventured into the corridors and found ourselves standing up on the shores of the verdant paradise that Mercury had once been. We immediately heard a transmission from Saint 14, who had been sent in this time with his colonial expedition by the Speaker to reclaim Mercury, the garden world for humanity. He had unwittingly run into the fallen House of Rain. They were tearing his people apart, the people that Saint had sworn to protect. He was all that was left. We rushed to his side, intervening and pushing back the fallen forces, but Saint was broken in spirit, proclaiming that things seemed hopeless. After the battle, in a moment that had been foretold, we took the weapon that we had recovered from Saint 14's corpse, the Perfect Paradox. This shotgun that we had remade in the infinite forge of the Caloris lighthouse spire. We gifted it to Saint, and his spirits were immediately lifted by the power of the weapon. He was even more encouraged by what our ghost decided to show him next. A holographic display of the city as it was in our time. Not some meager camp beneath the Traveler with barely a few high barricades as walls, but a true thriving place of life and safety. When we were pulled out, we prepared quickly to head to the second set of coordinates, but first we saw the changes in our timeline already starting to bear fruit. We picked up an old distress signal from Saint 14's ghost, Geppetto. When we went to recover it, it was surrounded by dead Vex, and showed us an audio playback of the moment of Saint 14's death. Time had already begun to change, and so, determined to prevent this tragedy from happening, we followed the second set of coordinates. We landed near where the tomb of Saint 14 had been, where we found it in the Infinite Forest. But the Titan was still alive. There was still hope. Here, we got our chance to stop the construct that would have drained Saint 14's light, and it would have left him dead for good. We faced off against Agioctis, even as it tried to capture Saint. Agioctis was only programmed to drain the light of Saint 14 specifically, so when we fought the Martyr Mind, it was on an even footing. It tried to contain us desperately as a last gambit, but before it could destroy us, Saint broke free of his bonds and shattered the Martyr Mind. He had survived. He had lived. And now, all of the forces of the Infinite Forest would feel his wrath. They had channeled all of their energy, all of their production into making one singular mind to counter him. They would not be able to recreate one. Saint thanked us for our assistance, and stated that he would stay in the Infinite Forest, meeting us the long way round. He would continue to fight the Vex in real time as we sped back to the present day, and in front of one of the time-locked Vex gates that presented itself on Mercury by the lighthouse sundial, Saint 14 strode forth once again, delivering yet more Vex to their graves even as he finally emerged from the Infinite Forest. We had done it. Thanks to the Perfect Paradox and the sundial, we had changed the course of history. We had returned a legend. We had saved Saint 14. His return to the tower was a moment of awe and wonder, and after much fanfare and celebration, Saint and Osiris were able to take a moment for their long overdue reunion. The return of the legendary Titan would do nothing to stop the Scions in their determination, though. With their control slipping, Tazarok, Nerul, and Ozletk began a process of merging to create a far more powerful force that might oppose the Guardians and salvage their plan. The merging would mean they would cease to exist, subsumed into this greater construct. Amtek was told that if their plan failed, she was to deliver their vengeance, and thus the other three Flayers ceased to be, and their combined form of Inotam was created. But even their last desperate bid to stop us was not enough. The Flayers fell, and their control of the sundial was completely lost. Osiris would move to quickly make plans to properly decommission the sundial, but not before we ventured once more into the corridors of time for ourselves. Initially, our first investigations and explorations were blind endeavors, but following the codes that had been discerned by some of the obelisks Osiris set up around the system, we were able to make our way through the corridors to a deeper set of chambers, and in there, we found something remarkable, a time-lost vault. At its heart, there was a grave, but we couldn't actually reach its center yet. To do so, we would need to take a longer and far more complicated pathway through the corridors that took a significant amount of time to map. When we did finally complete the pathway, we stood before the grave of a guardian, and as the words of Saint 14 echoed out around us, we learned that this was not just any grave, it was our own. We had just glimpsed our own death, with all the uncertainty that a moment like that could bring. We had saved Saint 14 by venturing into the corridors of time. Was it possible that we had doomed ourselves by saving Saint? To this day, we still don't know. As Saint read out our many titles and accomplishments, we still did not know what had ended our lives. Perhaps we will find out when we venture into the pale heart of the Traveler, perhaps not. But there would be many who would try between now and then. The first would be Amtek, and she would try to take her vengeance on the Guardians in what might be described as the greatest assault on the city that never happened. Amtek's vengeance would come from the sky, and it would require another god's intervention to stop it. It would not take long after their defeat at the Sundial for the Scions to show just how dangerous they could truly be. Amtek might never have shown her face, but she would know ours, and she knew that in order to defeat the Guardians, she would need to destroy the city and the Traveler. It was no good to just kill an individual when they could be resurrected. She would need to find a way of severing their powers. The cage was gone, Gaul was defeated, and the Red Legion forces were mostly still scattered. But there was one asset that still lay in the system. It was her best bet for now, the Almighty. Her Scion crews, along with their Cabal allies, decoupled the great space station from the direct orbit of the Sun, and soon it was on the move again. Seeing this as a direct threat, Zavala and Anna Bray both boarded the space station, and whilst they couldn't stop its engines, they could determine its course. It was here that they saw Amtek's simple and yet terrifying plan. It would be too late to stop the vessel now. Amtek's crews had plotted the vessel's trajectory. They planned to collide the Almighty with the Last City and the Traveler. This was not merely the collision of a large space station with Earth. It would have been like a meteorite of significant enough size to cause an extinction-level event across the planet. Amtek would have her vengeance on humanity and upon the Guardians in a single decisive strike. This would perhaps be the most Cabal plan a Scion has ever come up with. But luckily for us, where the brilliant minds of the Scions would use brutality and would rain death from above, we would answer with a god of our own. Anna Bray, as always, had a plan. She went to Rasputin, who was the one being within Sol capable of deploying the necessary orbital ordnance to stop the Almighty before it hit Earth at significant impact velocity to create an extinction-level event, and more importantly, to stop it from hitting the Last City and the Traveler. And so, there was a flurry of Warmind activity around the system. We deployed to his bunkers on the Moon, Io, and Earth, with the intent of rearming the Warmind and preparing him for this great task. Over the coming months, we would see the Warmind change significantly. It showed us not only that it was willing to learn from the errors of its past and from its own flaws, but that it had come to regret many things that it had done, from the murder of the Iron Lords to the abandoning of humanity in the Golden Age. There was something in particular that had caused a serious degree of change. Fellwinter. Fellwinter, as it turned out, had always been the key. Because Fellwinter was, of course, not merely just an Iron Lord, a Guardian, and an Exo. Fellwinter had been a part of Rasputin, a spy in the Golden Age, an exo-frame designated as a Siddhartha Golem, something which the Warmind would use to walk amongst the people and better understand them. When Fellwinter had been resurrected by the Traveler, Rasputin saw it almost like a part of him being stolen, and was struck with great jealousy. But long after he had struck his own son down with Siva, Rasputin had suddenly realized the grief that he was feeling, the regret of his actions. On the moon, he made a makeshift tomb for his own son, and even held a copy of his weapon interred there. From here, we would claim the infamous weapon known as Fellwinter's Lie, and we would see, at very least, that the Warmind was beginning to grow. There was an echo of something more, something that Anna had helped nurture back in the Golden Age. To this same end of showing his regret, Rasputin would make an effort to approach Commander Zavala and make inroads with him. In order to gain his trust, Rasputin showed him a map of the oncoming threat and all the information that he had accumulated from his new Warsat network. From this we realized that the Almighty wasn't the only threat in space. The Black Fleet had been gathering on the edges of our system in silence. They were already here, and Rasputin had mapped out their movements. They would be in the inner reaches of the system within months. When Zavala asked Rasputin why he was sharing this information, the answer was given in an audio recording. It was someone on Titan who had died at the beginning of the collapse, someone that Rasputin had abandoned in a moment of need. Rasputin had lived to regret more than just the death of his son. He would not stand idly by and watch it happen again. This time he would be the defender that Sol needed, and he swore to stand side by side with the Guardians as an ally and an equal, and to give his life if necessary. And soon Rasputin would have his moment to prove this to us. We had helped to launch the new Warsats, and soon Rasputin would position them around the Almighty. It brought down the great space station before it could hit the last city, and as its ruins fell towards the nearby mountains, even though there was a titanic explosion, the last city still stood. The Tyrant was now humanity's great defender once more. With allies like Rasputin, it seemed as though we were now at the height of our power once again. Humanity was back. Its great defender was back. But even now we knew that the Black Fleet was approaching. The great powers of the system were preparing for the approaching doom. They were not ready for it. When it arrived,
I'm not
it
playing
would
D2.
return-
This is the story of Destiny, man. I wish I was playing D2 right now, but we're still waiting on some updates. But it'll be soon. We'll finally have the final shape. Not much longer, my friend, not much longer.
on our worlds to a kind of darkness that they had not known since the collapse. But the preparation that the great powers of the system made for this darkness did not begin with Rasputin alone. It would also begin with Osiris. Before the Black Fleet's arrival, Rasputin was approached by the old warlock Osiris. Fellwinter had been Osiris's mentor, and so it was natural for the warlock to approach with skepticism. He asked Rasputin which side of this great conflict it was on. He did not trust the old warmind, especially after he had killed his old mentor. But Rasputin would oblige Osiris by giving him the coordinates to some kind of deep space anomaly. From this anomaly, Osiris took a seed of silver wings. We do not know if this place was one of the pyramid ships of the Black Fleet. We do not know if it was something older, deeper, darker. But at Marasov's direction, Osiris would plant this seed in the cradle on Io, the last place the traveler had touched down. The seed grew into something magnificent, a second tree of silver wings, and as if drawn to its luminous boughs, the shadows soon followed. The Black Fleet was here. The return of the Pyramid ships to the system brought with it a dread unlike any that had been felt before, save for in the collapse. Within the opening moments of their arrival, Rasputin did as he had sworn he would and responded with the full measure of his new power. At first, it looked as though he was successful, but that notion was swiftly cast aside, as the Warmind, in but a single moment, was all but destroyed. Our greatest protector had given his fullest measure at the first opportunity, but it was not enough to stop even a single vessel of the Black Fleet, and for showing his teeth, Rasputin had been quickly defanged. We would be drawn to the Black Fleet on Io. One of their vessels had parked above the cradle where the traveler had once sat. We were sent there to investigate it, but were swiftly abducted once more by the Pyramid. It was in this moment that we could have been pulled into darkness and never seen again. But something remarkably unexpected happened. A hive portal opened up in front of us and transported us briefly to the ascendant plane before spitting us back out in the lower reaches of the approach to the cradle. Someone had just prevented us from speaking with the Black Fleet, and we would later discover that it was Savathun. As time went on, it would be made clear that each week she was trying to prevent us properly from reaching the tree of silver wings that Osiris had planted, where the Black Fleet was reaching out to us to try and communicate to our guardians. Eris Morn had gone ahead of us, and thanks to her additional knowledge that had been gained from interpreting the later messages of the artifact on the moon, she had gained significant insights. Those insights would repeat each week, allowing us continually to gain more and more knowledge from our invaders. But each week as we attempted to approach and learn more of the Black Fleet, Savathun would try and stop us. Her whims were being carried out by another defeated supplicant from our past, Nokris, who had unbound himself from Zol's service and newly dedicated himself to Savathun instead. As a part of his supplication, he had gifted Savathun with the knowledge of hive necromancy, something that should have been heresy for Savathun to reflect upon, and yet perhaps it showed a greater intent as to what she was hoping to accomplish, and it showed the direction in which she was veering. And so a cycle of battles began, every week at the Vanguard's behest and with a great degree of caution. With Eris Morn at our side, we would secure the site of the Tree of Silver Wings, and we would learn what we could of our foes from our foes. It seemed over time as though they were trying to tempt us, to invite us to use darkness, to join their side. There were others who were also unsatisfied with this perspective that we were receiving from the Black Fleet. Chief amongst them was the Drifter. He had used the light and dark before, and knew that our perspective was limited, and so he made a request of the Nine, and asked for them to explain the nature of light and dark. Alongside us and Eris Morn, we would experience a vision of sorts. We were transported deep into the Drifter's Hall, where we experienced what would be referred to by the Nine as a prophecy. In this place that the Nine had crafted, we would learn, from actions and from experience, that the Black Fleet was here to take and invade our worlds, and that soon they would be lost to us. In particular, Mercury, Io, Titan, and Mars. More importantly, though, it gave us a piece of knowledge that would only be further reinforced as the years went on. It showed us that the light and dark were not strictly forces bound to the perspectives of good and evil as we had believed. They were elemental forces of the universe, as fundamental as time and gravity, with no more moral agenda than a subatomic particle. This revelation was utterly fundamental for us to understand what would come next. It gave us our first hint that the Black Fleet was not actually the truest form of darkness, but a usurper who had used it as a tool, someone or something capable of manifesting it with great potency, but not its true source, not its true master. It also quietly pointed to the quite opposite possibility that the light could be wielded by one who was deemed evil by us, an idea that would matter well before the end. As we continued to communicate with the Black Fleet, we would start to see the Tree of Silver Wings change. Every atom within its structure was being fought for by the paracausal energies of light that remained on Io and the emerging darkness of the pyramid vessel above. Every single element within its structure was changing, and the darkness was winning. This would be but a single sign of many. Our worlds were potentially doomed. After many tests, it was determined that the pyramid vessels were impregnable. Nothing would get past their shielding technology. Nothing could break through. Asher Mir even discovered that when struck, the vessels teleported all hostile munitions into a different dimension. They did not even detonate. They did not even strike their targets true. The worlds under threat were given an order by Commander Zavala. They were to prepare for a general evacuation and a retreat to the last city. Many would follow this order, but some decided to stay. On Mercury, the Assyrian cultist Brother Vance would step forth into the infinite forest and would attempt to understand more of the beautiful dark song that the Caloris spires had made. His fate is unknown, but it is speculated to have been grim. On Titan, the Vanguard's deputy commander, Sloane, had discovered a Golden Age power suit that allowed her an unparalleled degree of strength. She stayed behind to hold off the forces that claimed Titan for their own, knowing that she would fight alone and she might never win, and that she would face these trials in the deepest darkness imaginable. On Io, the warlock Asher Mir decided to stay to attempt to prevent the secrets of the Vex network from falling into the possession of the Black Fleet. As we left for the last time, he would enter the Pyramidion, where he had lost his arm to the Vex mind Brachion years ago, and would immerse himself into the Vex network, becoming a whisper within its code, where he could discover the secrets that the Vex held, secrets that would be crucial for us to uncover in the coming years, secrets that would lead him to the Veil. But on Mars, the hunter Anna Bray did decide to retreat, but not before salvaging everything she could of the Warmind. Thanks to her ghost Jinju and some quick thinking, she was able to save a massive amount of Rasputin's core code and store it within a pillory engram. She would return to the lost city with this engram and the remains of a project that would occupy her next few years, a prototype exobody that would work as a core framework to try and rebuild the Warmind. In the end, Mars, Io, Titan, and Mercury would all be abducted by the Witness and its Black Fleet, taken by the same power that had allowed Oryx to create his Taken. For a time, these worlds would be lost to us, but before they were taken completely, we were able to commune with the Black Fleet one last time as the corruption completely consumed the Tree of Silver Wings. But now, as we were intercepted one more time in this last, most pressing of moments, we were drawn into what we believed was the court of Savathun, and took the fight directly to Nokris himself. His true death rang out across the Ascendant Plane, and in its aftermath he was not there to prevent the pyramids from abducting us deeper into their innermost chambers, and our ghost was possessed again. Its voice changed to what we had heard when we had first ventured into the pyramid on Luna, the same voice that had spoken to us in the vision of the Black Garden. Barely a year, and it was back. It told us that ancient power awaited us on Europa, and that it would be ours for the taking. We also saw a strange scene before us. A pyramid vessel within a pyramid vessel, an effigy of it floating before us, surrounded by adoring worshippers from many different species. With this final message from the Black Fleet in our minds, and the worlds that we had once called our territory abducted, we gathered in the lost city and bore witness to an event as terrifying as it was majestic. With the Black Fleet's return, The Traveler was responding, reacting to the encroaching darkness. As its old enemy had returned, it began to reform itself. The broken pieces of its shell that had orbited it since the end of the Red War began to slot back into place. A wave of great light across the system signaled the Traveler's response to the Black Fleet. It would defend itself. The question remained, what would its guardians do when tempted with an entirely different kind of power? A power that awaited us in the icy heart of Europa. We had heard the call of the Black Fleet. It beckoned us to the icy moon of Europa. It promised us salvation. It promised us power. As was our nature and our duty, we had to investigate what was going on. But we weren't the first to arrive on this icy moon. Prior to our touchdown, Eris Morn and the Drifter would both set foot on the moon's surface and would meet with a figure of infamy. At long last, it was time for the Exo-Stranger to step out of the shadows and introduce herself properly. As we had learned some time ago, it was indeed Elsie Bray, the sister of Anna Bray and granddaughter to Clovis Bray I, who had been the Exo-Stranger. She had come in this moment of great need to instruct Eris and the Drifter on how to use the powers of darkness. Both Eris and the Drifter had embraced a new power, stasis, an element of control and will that manifested as cosmic ice, sapping the energy from things and forcing them into a state of submission. Elsie also knew this power, and would teach them both to use it without fear of falling to its corruption. This was a departure from Elsie's previous actions in previous timelines. In many of the timelines that had come before, she was a prisoner of sorts. She would always see repeated timelines of evolving fates. She would always be able to intervene, but in every timeline prior, she had lost. The forces of the Witness had been triumphant. The forces of good had failed. Commonly, this would occur when someone obtained stasis and didn't have a guiding hand to help them control this darkness. Elsie made a change to her plans this time, and in this cycle, instead of trying to lock stasis away, a plan that inevitably failed, she decided that she would teach us to use it. In those previous dark timelines, Eris Morn had betrayed the Tower and become a terrible dark god of the Hive, with little care for her human comrades. Now, with those powers under her control, we stood a fighting chance. Neither her nor the Drifter would fall to corruption. They would be staunch allies. But as the Nine predicted long ago, all fates were converging on us, and we would need to tread this same path without wavering if there was to be a chance for humanity and all of existence to survive. When we arrived on Europa, we saw that the pyramids were already there, and quickly picked up a distress signal from Varix the Loyal. He had not been seen since he instigated the riot at the Prison of Elders, but now he offered help to us, and was asking for help in return. We were not the first to reach the old scribe, though. His new taskmaster that he had once again chosen to betray was hot on his trail, and quickly she found him as he tried to send his pleas out to the rest of the system. His new leader would be Eramis, the Kell of a new rising fallen house. Within herself she had discovered a new resolve born of hatred. This came after her failure to recover Siva. Instead of looking to the old ways, she had discovered a means to use an entirely new power. She had ventured to Europa and immersed herself in the dark power of the Black Fleet. Now she too wielded stasis, a power that was quickly corrupting her, as Varix could see. With her reformed band of Fallen behind her, she created a new house known as the House of Salvation, and told them of how they, with their new power, would no longer be bound to the fate of the Great Machine. They would be freed in darkness, and stasis would be how they fought back. She commanded her forces to kill Variks, but we arrived just after she left. With just enough time to save the scribe, he told us to spare him despite his actions leading to the death of Cade. Together we had to focus on Eramis, and we had to stop her before she could use her dark powers to create any further evil. So we ventured straight to her stronghold, a new Alexni city built on top of humanity's Golden Age ruins, Reese Reborn. There we saw Eramis's command of stasis and realized that it was too strong to confront. We were forced into a hasty retreat. Returning to Variks, we would yet again start to hear the voice of the witness through our ghost. Yet again it attempted to draw us in, and it beckoned us to a lonely ice shelf far off in the wastes of Europa. In those wastes, a ziggurat from the pyramid ships set down, awaiting our arrival. Before we could reach it, Elsie Bray, Eris Morn, and the Drifter intercepted us. And after 7 long years of absence, at last, Elsie had time to explain. She told us of the terrible truth, that we would need to learn how to use stasis in order to conquer our foes. And with her guidance, we took our first steps. At first, we would need to use the splinters from the Black Fleet's vessels to control our stasis powers. Eramis had hunted down Variks initially because he had stolen one of them. Acquiring more splinters over time gave us more control and a greater connection to our stasis powers. We would acquire these splinters from some of Eramis's greater commanders, such as Praxis the Technocrat and Phylax the Warrior. In the process, we also weakened Eramis's Dark Council and removed powerful advisors from her side. She became more and more reckless, and thus her vulnerabilities could be exploited. Commander Zavala would eventually take note and arrived on Europa to give us some necessary intelligence and something of a dressing down. We would need to be controlled now that we had this strange dark power, and more importantly, a threat assessment needed to be made. Zavala made it clear that he did not approve of our use of stasis, but he still gave us the intelligence we needed to continue our fight. Namely, that Eramis had sent raiding parties to the Cosmodrome, including one of her sub-commanders known as Bakris. We went to the Cosmodrome and prevented the House of Devils, Eramis's old house, from reinforcing the House of Salvation with dozens of spider tanks. Eramis would grow more desperate still, heading to the Vex portal on Europa to unleash the Vex there. These forces would slow us down, or perhaps kill us if Eramis was lucky. Variks pleaded with her not to do this though. It would be harmful to her own people, but she would not be swayed. She claimed that all her actions were made in service to Reese and to her people. The portal that opened at the end of the Glassway led to a Vex forge star known as Volantis 2082, and soon the Vex would begin to pour forth from it. The Radiolarian fluid poured through the portal as well, and it flowed once more to the place where it had been sent long ago, the Deep Stone Crypt, where the Exos were born, and where another of Eramis's commanders, Atrax, awaited it, with her own dark purposes in mind. With the Vex pouring forth, they began to swarm Reese Reborn, and it provided us with an opportunity to strike out at Eramis for good. We ascended to the summit of the fallen city and faced the Kell of Darkness. Her power of stasis was great, but we had learned to control our own instead of allowing it to control us. Our power came not from the splinters, but from within, and Eramis could stand against us for only so long. She was frozen in place by the very power that she claimed would be her liberation. The witness does not abide failure, and whilst it had failed to corrupt us, Eramis had failed in turn to kill us. so she would bear the brunt. She would be imprisoned for her failure here until the witness saw a use for her again. Her power was momentarily ended. But a few of her commanders still remained. The House of Salvation would not be so easily killed even after the death of its Kell, and so we had to hunt them down as well. First, there was Cridis, the Dark Priestess, who made herself quite visible and was easy to hunt. But the remaining commanders under Eramis's banner had fled to an even deeper installation within Europa. They had fled to the Deepstone Crypt. Elsie made it clear that we needed to pursue them with all haste. Europa's greatest secrets could not fall into the hands of the House of Salvation. The crypt was defended by an unconventional AI of sorts, as well as many of the House Salvation troops that had accompanied Eramis's remaining commanders. The AI warned us against interfering with the crypt, and let us know that the response, should we ignore it, would be calamitous. But we had to stop the House of Salvation, and in the deepest parts of the crypt, we saw the last two leaders, one of whom was very familiar. There was Atrax, who had used the power of the Deepstone Crypt to become one of the first Exo-Elixni. Dozens of copies of her spread out throughout the facility, ready to do battle with us. And then there was Tanax the Scarred, the legendary fallen mercenary who had no house and would kneel before no banner, until Eramis gave him a cause worthy of his prowess. As we discovered Tanax, we also discovered the veiled statue that had been used by Clovis Bray to alter the collected radiolarian fluid from the glassway. It turned out that this altered fluid was a critical component to creating the Exos. The great secret of their creation was revealed. There was darkness within all of them. Every single one. Tanax fled into orbit where Clovis Bray's space station, the Morning Star, was waiting, locked geosynchronously to the Deepstone Crypt below. We would need to transit between the crypt and the station in order to reach Tanax, but not before defeating nearly a dozen copies of Atrax 1. Whether we truly ended her life or not is still up for debate, but regardless, we all ended up at the top of the Morning Star station, ready to pursue the last commander of the House of Salvation. As we went deeper into the Morning Star station, the AI once again contacted us and made it clear that we were out of warnings and that the nuclear descent protocol would be initiated in response. It praised the name and the genius of Clovis Bray and what we had discovered there, stating that it would be destroyed and that it was somehow the font of eternal life. As we discovered Tanax, the station's orbit was destabilized and its nuclear cores were activated. It began to plummet towards Europa. If it made contact and the nukes weren't disarmed, the entire moon would be destroyed, along with everyone on its surface. Tanax and the House of Salvation troops that were on board were still trying to stop us as we all plummeted from space, but we did manage, despite their meddling, to disarm the nuclear warheads aboard the Morning Star, and before we were destroyed by the impact, we found a modicum of safety inside a sealed room. Tanax was not so lucky. He just managed to miss the door. But he was far more resilient than we had initially realized. As we climbed out of the wreckage of the station, we were back in front of the crypt. The entirety of Europa's surface would be covered in the wreckage of the Morning Star. The whole station had come crashing down, and the crypt was breached. And there, in front of the crypt, we discovered the true extent of Tanax's resilience for ourselves. He emerged as a terrifying construct of metal and malice. This was perhaps his last gambit, his last form. The remaining nuclear warheads from the Morning Star had been incorporated into his chassis, and we needed to continually disarm them as we pushed to destroy this monster. Like Cade did so long ago, we put an end to Tanax, but this time he wouldn't be coming back. The Stanix fell and the crypt was unlocked. The deepest secrets of Europa were revealed to us. As it turned out, the crypt AI that we had been interacting with was no AI at all. It was the reactivated remnants of Clovis Bray I. His story on Europa is a strange one. As it turns out, 2 copies of his mind were made. One had ended up on Europa and had stayed here in this giant mechanical head. It was about as close to the original Clovis as it had always been. But the other copy had become an exo whose first designation was Clovis I. That version of Clovis Bray, long ago in the Golden Age, had been one of the leaders who helped to rally the Exos to fight off the invading Vex. The Vex that had originally come from the Forge Star Volantis 2082, the Exos shut down the Vex Gate, and Clovis sacrificed himself with many Exo resets in order to accomplish this. With that in mind, he decided to change his name, going instead from Clovis 43 on his last reset to a new name when he became his 44th Exo iteration. He would be named after the whale of his sword, the nickname that had been given to him as he cut down countless Vex. He would become Banshee 44. As it turned out, he had been alongside us in the tower this whole time as our faithful but very forgetful gunsmith. Exos are not meant to be reset that many times, and so it isn't surprising that Banshee didn't remember. The Clovis AI would begrudgingly help us to learn the last of Stasis's secrets, and we would ultimately gain mastery over the element for ourselves, without the risk of corruption. With that, we had learned a fundamental truth. Darkness was not evil just in the same way that light was not inherently good. Appearances weren't what they seemed, and those of previously unscrupulous or evil intentions could turn from that darkness to see the side of good. And we would learn that lesson many times, not least of which when we returned to the Tangled Shore.
Thank you for the follow, Diamond. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're enjoying.
As the conflict on Europa continued to unfold, another front had opened up in the new war for the system, this time in the Reef. The Hive God of War had suddenly made her presence known. Savathun and Oryx had wandered in this system before, but now it was time for Xivu Arath to make her presence known. Osiris would investigate this new presence in the system as he discovered numerous hive structures, biological in nature, known as cryptoliths. They were of Xivu's design and from her horde, and could be used to extend her control of minions under her command far and wide. But these were not simply hive. Many Cabal and Fallen would also fall under the sway of Xivu Arath, with these cryptoliths being like hubs of control. Those that fell to Xivu's wandering strength would be risen as what was known as the Wrathborn, and they would be a plague upon our system in much the same way as many of the other hive minions had been. As Osiris continued his search and sought to understand more, he was caught by the wandering eye of Xivu Arath's High Celebrant. Osiris was cornered, and in a moment where Xivu Arath unleashed her power upon him, he was struck down. In this moment of terror, Osiris survived, but his ghost Sagira was destroyed. Osiris lost his connection to the light that day. We swiftly pursued Osiris, who had chased the High Celebrant into the Hellmouth, attempting to secure vengeance for Sagira. However, without his light, he was not only mortal, but far weaker. He did not have the command of any force that he had had before, and his aims of avenging his ghost by taking on something far greater than a typical hive overlord was a foolish ploy at best. His life was nearly ended by a typical hive knight. We found him just before the night struck, but so did a familiar face, who stepped out of the shadows at the edge of our vision with an awoken blade, gutting the Hive Knight before it could end Osiris. It was Uldren. Or rather, it was Uldren's risen form, the Lightbearer known as Crow. Crow and Osiris returned with us and headed to the Tangled Shore. As it turned out, in the 2 years since he had been risen in the light, Crow had found himself in the employ of the Spider, who had found him after the resurrection and press-ganged him into service. The Spider had secured Crow's cooperation by placing an explosive charge beneath Glint's outer shell, ensuring that if Crow ever stepped too far out of line, a simple flip of a switch could end Crow's power, his ghost, and his mortality. Given the number of times that stray guardians had discovered Crow and seen the face of Uldren Sov, killing him for the pleasure of it, this was an imminent threat, one that Crow had to take seriously. He had seen a system that shot back at him at every opportunity, that gave him no reason to trust others, and that told him that everyone was a danger no matter what. But these were not the concerns of the Spider. Crow was simply another tool to him, and the Spider had bigger opportunities and problems. He stated that we could have any treasure within his vast collection, his vast hoard, if we helped him hunt down Zivor Arath's High Celebrant and rid the shore of her influence. The presence of the Wrathborn was bad for business. We would oblige, and over the coming months we would do just this, hunting down the High Celebrant's minions and the Wrathborn forces wherever we found them. In this time, Crow would slowly prove to not only be a valuable ally, but also a completely different person from the man who had coldly claimed the life of Cayde Six. He had a sincere drive to do good, a moral compass that often bent strongly towards the arc of justice, and an unbiased love for the people of every species of this system, be they human, awoken, or Elixni. Much like the oldest versions of Uldren Sov that Mara might have remembered from the distributory, Crow would see the good in everyone. He delighted in telling stories to children. He delighted in the simple good of friendship. And we began to see for ourselves that there was indeed good in him, that this was not the same villain who had killed Cayde, and that this was not the same cold prince that we had met upon our first moments entering the reef. This was a different man. Uldren and Crow were not the same. Working together alongside Crow, we managed to save him at least once during our hunt for the High Celebrant. The Great Hive commander had fled into the Ascendant Realm near the Dreaming City and was taken out thanks to our combined efforts. Crow would be thankful for our interference and ultimately realized that working together, we could not only be friends but also a powerful team. We were the first Guardians that he had truly worked alongside in any professional manner for any extended period of time. There was a kinship there, and he had proven himself to be an ally worthy of our time. We returned successful to the Spider, and when the time came to claim our prize, we named the Crow, buying his freedom from the Spider's shackles. It enraged the Spider, but a deal was a deal, and so he acquiesced. When Crow asked why, we told him our simple answer. He was a Guardian. This was something Crow would learn to reaffirm as he began to receive visions from the Traveler. They manifested first as paracausal feathers that we followed across the system. Feathers that spoke about visions from Crow's perspectives. Through these feathers, we relived some of Crow's dreams, and he would confirm to us again that he had indeed been dreaming. Sometimes he was seeing a hawk, sometimes he was a hawk, and the visions always led us to a shard of the Traveler in the EDZ. We went to investigate this place, and there we literally found a paracausal hawk of pure light. Following this hawk, just like Crow had done in the dreams, would indeed lead us to a shard of the Traveler. And there, something was waiting for us, a broken effigy of a weapon from our past, Hawkmoon. It was nothing but a shell, but with the aid of the light it could be remade. This weapon was made of the same material as the Traveler's outer shell, a paracausal flesh that grew and glowed with potential. As Crow unraveled more of his dreams and visions, the weapon was slowly forming into the paracausal tool that he would one day call his own. Cleansing the corruption of the Taken would allow us to finally claim the weapon as our own. After many repeated pilgrimages to the Shard to improve upon Hawkmoon's design, Crow too would acknowledge the truth that we could already see. At first he had rejected the idea of being another puppet for a greater being in a grand game, but eventually he saw the truth. He was a guardian, an instrument of the Traveler's will. He knew his place. He knew his purpose. In celebration of this fact, there would be much merriment and drinking, but Osiris would gift Crow with something remarkable: a new set of robes, a new cloak, and a mask. Using the mask and this new garb, Crow would be able to take steps into the Lost City without the fear of other Guardians attacking him for knowing who he was. And as the threat of Xivu Arath faded away, Crow had that chance to prove himself as a new and true Guardian. It would become even clearer than ever, in time, heralded by the sound of stomping feet and heavy metal. Once more, the Cabal were on the march. But this time, they were not the Cabal that we had known. The Scout Legions, the Red Legion, they were all broken. Their leaders scattered. This time, we would face not a legion, but a people. Not an imperium, but an ascendancy. Commanded not by a dominus, but by an empress.
Alright, everybody, we're gonna be taking a quick little break. It's been almost 4 hours watching this, so if anyone needs to get some water, go take a quick break, anything like that, I'll be back in like 30-ish, 20-30 minutes, something like that, and we can continue from there. So I'm just going to go ahead and get this. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll be right back. everybody. Sorry for the wait. Hopefully it wasn't too long. Alright. Everybody here, get their break, everything that they needed. Ready to continue? I sure hope so. Because now it's time to have some fun.
The defeat of Xivu's forces was impressive not only to Spider, but also to a watching pair of eyes from far beyond Sol's borders. Empress Keitel, daughter of Callus and Gaul's co-conspirator in the Midnight Coup. She reached out to the Vanguard with an offer. She would join her forces with ours and fight by our side against the Darkness and the Hive. In return, all we had to do was swear allegiance to her and submit one from amongst our own ranks to sit on her war council as a Brachus. Subservience and safety at the price of freedom. This was not a choice that Zavala was willing to make. He rejected the Empress's offer. But true to her word and to her honor, she would not make war on us for a simple refusal of an alliance on her own terms. Zavala and Osiris were permitted time to leave unharmed, but from this first meeting we risked a cold war with what remained of the Cabal Empire. Keitel had arrived in a whirlwind fashion from Torobatl, and was calling for all of the legions in Sol to join to her cause with great haste. She offered them glory in the ways of old of the Cabal, and a place of honor if they could rise to become one of her chosen warriors. Behind this urgent marshalling of forces, there was a bitter tragedy at play. Keitel had seen the Cabal homeworld of Torobatl fall to Xivu Arath's forces. She didn't just want supremacy in Sol like Gaul did. She needed an alliance with the Xivu Arath's enemies, and she needed the remaining forces of the Scout Legions and Red Legions. She didn't want the light itself. She wanted the aid of the light to save her people. But she had just asked us to bow to her when our home had been invaded by her very own soldiers. They had brought humanity low and had nearly destroyed us. We could not simply oblige her, and could not provide her with the alliance that she sought on her own terms. The war that brewed between the Vanguard and the forces of Keitel's ascendancy never boiled over into proper conflict. Instead, we would play a delicate diplomatic and pseudo-military game of sorts. Keitel was inviting great champions from across the system, and with enough support she would easily rally all of the Cabal forces. They would then easily be able to force the Vanguard into submission through a more deadly proposition than the original alliance. And thus, Osiris opted for a different strategy. We would personally enter into the trials that Keitel was putting forward for her forces, and as we entered we would destroy the competition, preventing any successful champions from emerging amongst the remnants. This would keep Keitel's forces weak, and if nothing else, would mean that the Empress would need more time to rally her forces. Osiris would also adopt another change. Crow had been brought into the city, and would be alongside him and acted as security for both himself and Commander Zavala. Crow would always wear his mask though, in order to keep his identity secret. Only in moments of silence and solitude would he remove it. One night, within the city gardens, Zavala also sought solitude, but neither he nor Crow was alone. A Scion assassin had been placed within the city walls, and their goal was to take the life of the commander. Before they could carry out their mission, Zavala spotted them and quickly dispatched of them. But not before Commander Zavala saw his face, and for but a moment beheld the man who had killed his best friend for a brief glimpse. Crow wasn't discovered properly that night, but the mystery of the situation didn't end there. Through various communications, Keitel insisted that she would not send forces to assassinate her rivals, and at this point in time, that notion made sense. Keitel had acted with honor, and if she wished to employ underhanded tactics in her battle against us, we would likely have seen it earlier in play. There was a point at which Scion snipers directly aimed their scopes at Zavala and Osiris in the first meeting, but Keitel had let them leave. She had not ordered them to be killed there, even though she could have. Using an assassin did not seem to be her style. Something else was at play here. Regardless, this turn of events accelerated tensions within the Vanguard, and so Zavala, Saladin, and Osiris agreed on a risky gambit. Zavala would invoke the right of proving. Two Cabal champions would traditionally face off against each other in this ancient practice, but instead, we Guardians would face Keitel's chosen champion Ignovan aboard one of her Imperial land tanks. If we won, an armistice would be agreed to on our terms, and the Cabal and humanity would at very least be at peace for now. But if Keitel won, her original terms would be satisfied, and Zavala would join as a Brachus. Humanity and the Guardians would become a client species of the Cabal Empire, and the Vanguard would effectively be dissolved. Ignovan, even though he was a powerful Cabal, was no match for a paracausal force that had slain gods, and with new powers of darkness at our side, they were quite simply not ready for us. With our victory in hand, Keitel was forced to honor the agreement. The armistice was ready to be signed. Keitel and Zavala met on Nessus, accompanied by various dignitaries and Crow on our side of things. They were ready to proclaim their agreement in blood. But in the background, yet more Scion assassins were at work, and this time they had a new tool up their sleeve. They had secretly stolen remnants of the technology that had been used to create the cage around the Traveler. Whilst at the beginning of the Red War this might have been a giant machine, now the sect of assassins had worked secretly to create a miniaturized version of the technology that would be able to drain the light from a Guardian by caging their ghost, thus rendering them mortal. Zavala's ghost, Taj, was hit by one such round, and temporarily, Zavala became mortal. The sniper had made a perfect opening for a Scion close to Zavala to strike him down. Crow took the initial blow meant to end the commander's life, and his mask was shattered in this moment. His cover was blown. That sacrifice would have been for nothing if the next swing against Zavala had actually landed. But proving her honor, and knowing that this would be the undoing of any possible peace between her and the Guardians, Keitel grabbed the Scion, lifted it into the air, and slammed it to the ground, killing it before it could land the blow. Swiftly, she insisted that she had not ordered this attack, but that she would be able to find the perpetrators. And so the armistice went forward. Commander Zavala's ghost, Taj, was freed, and Zavala looked upon the man who had saved him. When he saw the face of Uldren Sov, he realized what had happened. This was not the Prince of the Reef that had stolen away Cade's life, and so he did not aim a mortal blow in Crow's direction, especially considering that Crow had just saved his life. Instead, he extended a hand of friendship and brought him to his feet. Now that Zavala knew, he would work alongside us to keep Crow's identity secret within the Vanguard until everyone was ready to accept him for who he was. Few others would be allowed to know of Crow's true identity. This included Amanda Holliday, the Tower's shipwright, who had been one of Cade's closest and most trusted friends. Unwittingly, Amanda and Crow would become friends as well, both of them being oblivious to the man that Crow had once been, and the sins of his past life. For the time being, though, there were other occurrences throughout the system that needed our attention, none more troubling than the story of the Glycon. The Cabal forces had picked up a deep space anomaly near Mars. It was a pocket of darkness unlike anything that we'd ever seen, and yet it seemed as though it might give us a hint as to what had happened to our stolen planets. A lost Cabal vessel had been sending out a distress call, and we would steal the coordinates to this vessel from Cabal forces. Though Keitel certainly wouldn't approve, this theft led us on the trail of one of the darkest discoveries we had ever known, the discovery of Callus's secret research vessel, the Glycon Volatus. For months, it had been loitering near the reef and had been abducting Scorn for experimentation. Callus was attempting to use these dead things as a method of communing with the Witness. It had reached out to Callus long ago and told him of the encroaching end, and Callus was determined to be its herald. But for so long, it had not responded to his calls. It took a strange combination of Scorn experiments reanimated again and again and placed within the Crown of Sorrow to actually commune with the Witness. But when he did successfully commune, Callus suddenly vanished from the vessel, and the records of a Guardian aboard, who briefly survived the encounter only to die later, told us of what had happened next. And his records of what happened on the Glycon describe it like a scene from hell. He states that the ship had been dragged beyond Acheron's wall. It had been pulled down into an underworld. When we boarded the ship, it was infested with Scorn, and all the Cabal crew were dead. But we also found a different kind of infestation here. Strange spores of darkness. This would be our first ever interaction with the strange fungal life form known as egregore, a vast web of fungal spores built upon the fabric of death itself. As we delved deeper into the vessel, we realized that we needed to use these spores in order to access deeper parts of it. Connecting to that network opened our mind and would allow us to see things in a deeper perspective, one that left us somewhat vulnerable as well, as it leaves our mind open to other outside influences. Whenever we ran these missions, Osiris and Keitel would run tactical with us, and Osiris was able to find and decrypt various logs from the Glycon. He found Catabases' story, and we found our way to what remained of him. Here, he was strung up in egregore, consumed. His ghost had brought him back so many times that it refused to resurrect him again, and Catabases had had to put him down. The only thing left to remember the dead man's tale by was his weapon, a beautiful piece of Tex Mechanica engineering, also strung up in egregore for good measure. But there was something else. Near the remains of Catabases, we found the remnants of the dark artifact that had caused so much strife. We found what was left of the Crown of Sorrow. It was given to Osiris so that he might investigate it further, and so that he might contain it safely should the need arise. Though the darkness of the crown was what Callus had used to link to the Witness, it's worth remembering that prior to that moment, it had been placed on the head of Galran, and it had served another Dark Master. And soon, she would make her next move. Nightfall was coming, delivered unto us by the machinations of Savathun. Greetings everyone, my name is Bife here again. Just really quickly, jumping in here to say thank you for watching, and I hope you're enjoying so far. And also to thank again the sponsors of this Not shortly after we signed the armistice with Keitel's forces, tragedy befell the city once again. Seemingly out of nowhere. One night, The sun would set over the last city, and then, the next morning, it would not rise. It was quickly discerned that the last city had been cast into an endless night because of a Vex simulation that had prevented the sun from casting its luminance on the city. This endless night was in itself a terrible threat. It could mean an increase in the lawlessness of the city in the short term, but it would also mean long-term problems, dwindling crops and food production, a lack of solar power generation, and a general rise in the unrest of the city. All the while, there was the mood across the city that things could potentially get even worse. Nobody understood the true extent of the Vex's power, or whether this was the precursor to an invasion that they might soon make. But Ikora Rey had a plan. Whilst there were experts on the Vex within their own ranks, this particular issue required an altogether different touch. We had previously interacted with the Elixni's bioengineers, body hackers, and masters of machines, the Splicers. As it turned out, we had also met with an Elixni that was inclined to help us, an Elixni who was well versed in these skills. Mithrax, the formerly Forsaken, had been working in the background to grow his Elixni House of Light, and had made some great strides toward his goal of creating allies of the Great Machine. We picked up his signal on Europa, and helped to defend him and his people against a group of Vex that had shot down his fleeing skiff. To stave off the Vex, Mithrax used his skill as a splicer to open a portal for us into the Vex network itself. We did not enter some simulation that day. This was the first of many strides into the true network of the Vex, and our light allowed us to traverse it in a manner that only the most skilled of Elixni splicers could hope to achieve. After we destroyed the mind that was commanding the local Vex, a great hostile presence began to loom over us within the network, overriding Mithrax's control, attempting to destroy us before we could escape. Mithrax ported us to safety, but we got a momentary glimpse at the enormous Vex construct that was responsible before we were pulled back to Europa's surface. Ikora knew that Mithrax's people would continue to be hunted and harried if they were left out like this in the snow, and so she offered them what might be the most extraordinary olive branch in the history of Sol. She offered to give them homes and a place to stay within the last city itself. Mithrax graciously accepted, understanding that both the people of the city and his own people would soon experience a great degree of turbulence before true peace could be achieved. To say that the Vanguard inviting the Elixni into the city's walls would be seen by many as a betrayal would be an understatement. The Golden Age had seen utopian ethics existing amongst most of the human population, but ever since the collapse, those times were long gone. Ages of progress were overturned, and people knew fear and hatred again. In particular, the ugly rise of xenophobia within the last city's population would see a notable uptick with the House of Light's arrival. Now there were targets, easy targets at that. Some particularly shrewd political figures would look to exploit this fact. In particular, Lakshmi II of the future war cult. She was a primary disruptor in this period of time and would regularly stoke the fires of such hate. There were convenient and often in some cases legitimate concerns that she could raise as shields and cloaks to hide or defend any more egregious positions that her followers might take. After all, someone being your enemy for 100 years gives a very convenient pretext for you to make whatever rules for them you decide. But such issues are complicated, and to say that the whole of the city was united against the House of Light would also be incorrect. After all, the House of Light were all refugees, just like every person who had come to call the city home. Either they were asylum seekers in their own age themselves, or they had descended from someone who had been an asylum seeker, and they had all come to shelter beneath the Traveler. What were they to do? In previous generations, no matter who it had been, the citizens of the last city had not pulled up the ladder behind them. They had welcomed all to beneath the Traveler's safety. When Lakshmi II stoked the worst instances of hate, there were some that pushed back, even some from within the ranks of the future war cult who left and decided that it was very clear the direction she was going in was not one they could abide by. But even as the populace of the last city was split, there were other, more important figures who would need convincing. Of all the great heroes of the Tower, it was Saint 14 who would be the most influential voice in this matter. Mithrax approached him in the spirit of fairness each time they spoke, and Saint was naturally somewhat combative. After having seen the devastation of the Battle of the Six Fronts and the Battle of the Twilight Gap firsthand, he had crusaded against the fallen houses, and had seen them butcher his people in the distant past on Mercury. Winning his trust would be something of a mountain to climb. One day the Elixni Quarter was vandalized by one of Lakshmi's xenophobic mobs, and their ether stores were destroyed. Now the House of Light truly had nothing. After Saint investigated the scene, he flippantly remarked that there were no witnesses, and that people could not be expected to live alongside those that they had always considered to be monsters. To this, Mithrax took a moment and with a stern tone enlightened Saint with regard to his own perspective, revealing to him a story that would change him forever. That there had been a monster to the Elixni all along, a monster that they told their children about. Saint heard his own story that day, but retold from the perspective of the Elixni. In this retelling, his crusades were not great journeys out into the wild to deliver justice unto the fallen houses. They were brutal and merciless campaigns of slaughter, in which he had killed thousands of innocent Elixni. This moment opened his eyes, particularly with this very simple note. He was the monster that the Elixni parents told their children of. They spoke of his insatiable rage, of how no Elixni were innocent in his eyes, that they were all fallen. Saint could see this reality himself when he looked into the eyes of the Elixni children. One day one fell in his path, and as he offered a hand to help them up, they recoiled in fear. Saint has always defended the innocent, and a moment like this broke something within him. He had always believed himself to be the great protector of the city's people, but knowing that children trembled at his passing, or even the shadow that he left on the wall, or even the mention of his name, it challenged Saint to change his ways, and it forced him to realize that the world he had seen as black and white was far more complicated than he had ever given it credit for. From then onward, much to his credit, he would change his stance, and became one of the staunchest advocates for the Elixni people. Together, Saint and Mithrax worked as one to counter the challenges within the city and without. After all, Saint may have been enlightened, but that did nothing to stop the endless night. So, together, we continuously worked within the Vex network to understand how the Endless Night was being formed, why it was being formed, and what could be done to stop it. Delving deeper into their network, we learned how to better use our splicer abilities, and after many different incursions into different nodes in their system, we discovered that the Vex were being controlled by a single mind that was responsible for the Endless Night. Pursuing an understanding of which mind this was would lead us deeper into their network, where we began to see the telltale signs of the true threat behind the Endless Night. Deep in the Vex network, Taken infestation surrounded the nodes containing the information we needed. As we uncovered more, it became clear that the Vex mind controlling the Infinite Night was none other than Quaria, the Blade Transform. This ancient Vex mind was the same one that had invaded the court of Oryx long ago, and which Oryx had taken before gifting to the Witch Queen, Savathun. She was the reason for the Endless Night. This was all a part of her plan. Descending upon Quaria's location, we confronted this powerful Vex mind and purged it from the Vex networks, bringing the Endless Night to a close at last. But even as Quaria was destroyed, and we stopped to remember those that we had lost, the politics of the Elixni's arrival was still a cause for some uproar in the city, and Lakshmi was still willing to exploit that moment for political gain. But Lakshmi had had a few other factors that steered her towards her path. The future war cult had long possessed a device that she could use to see a series of potential futures. They had used it prior to the Red War to preemptively evacuate and arm as many civilians as they could. Now, Lakshmi looked into the device and saw a future where she could potentially rule the city as a single, dominant dictator. A future in which the Eliksni were cast out, and where Mithrax was put on trial. This, and a few choice words from the warlock Osiris, would be the catalyst that sparked her next action. Lakshmi gathered supporters of the FWC and New Monarchy to her side, and rounded up every Eliksni in the city before the Vanguard could do anything to respond. She would follow Osiris's directions, and opened up a portal in the Botsa district in an attempt to banish the House of Light into the void of space. But unwittingly, she had been deceived. For some time, it seemed like Osiris wasn't truly himself, and this feeling was all the more confirmed when the portal Lakshmi opened at his direction did not lead into the vacuum of space, but instead led to the Vex network. From there, the Botsa district began to be overrun. Vex poured forth from the portal directly into the last city. Lakshmi was killed in the opening engagement. Immediately, Guardians responded to the incursion in force, mobilizing with all available forces within the city's walls in order to enter the network once more and cut off the Vex incursion. Meanwhile, though, Vex had already escaped and were running rampant in the Eliksni quarter. Saint 14 quickly made his way to the scene, and when Mithrax stated that he should be elsewhere to defend his people, Saint retorted instinctively, "You are my people." As we shut down the gateway, Saint 14, Mithrax, Ikora Ray, Commander Zavala, and Amanda Holiday all converged on the Botsa district, destroying what remained of the Vex. The Eliksni House of Light had been saved. More accurately, the people of the last city had been saved. The remaining elements of the factions would see this as a chance to leave the city, and in the aftermath, the factions functionally ceased to exist. There would be no more factions on the consensus. There would be no more factions at all. The city was left in a state of political limbo, meaning that the only true commanding force within the city would be the Vanguard, Ikora Ray, and Commander Zavala. But the political turmoil and ramifications of this moment would have to wait for a day in the far-flung future. There was another who had quietly slipped away from the city in this moment, just as the factions had made their break for it. Osiris would make his way to the reef. The final part of a plan put in motion long ago was coming into focus. Soon all would be revealed, and soon all would be clear. And it would start with the meeting of two monarchs, and a bargain that would change their fate. Osiris had been one of our most critical allies in the last few years, and even though he had lost his light in the last year itself, he had been critical to the events that had happened recently, and his influence meant that it was hard for us to immediately call him a traitor, but his actions spoke of such a moment, and so we had to pursue him with the objective of bringing him to justice. Lakshmi had opened the portal into the Vex network at his direction. The entire city had been put at risk because of his choices. He needed to answer for what he had done. So along with Saint 14 and Crow, we converged on the reef and discovered that it was once again in turmoil, even as Osiris had arrived. Something there was drawing the forces and eye of Xivu Arath, something that was driving them mad. They were hunting in earnest, perhaps for Osiris. Xivu had also seemingly taken control of the Taken themselves, who previously had been under Savathun's influence. The pieces were slowly starting to fall into place, but what had truly happened would only become clear in the moments that followed us discovering Osiris's location. When we found him, he was conversing with a long-lost figure, Queen Mara. She had been rescued by a new coven of Techians that Petrovenge had put together at great political expense. Mara was conversing with Osiris, who was now seemingly filled with an unfamiliar guile. As we demanded that he surrender himself and that he would be shown mercy, the shadows crept in, and he began to transform. Before any foul darkness could truly seep in, Mara contained the entity that emerged from Osiris in a crystalline prison, and the horror of what had happened had suddenly become clear as day. Osiris had been possessed by the Witch Queen Savathun. She was within him, puppeting his body, controlling his mind, making his every move. Ever since the death of his ghost, he had been vulnerable, and as he had cowered and hidden from the High Celebrant on the moon, a new force had discovered him, crept in, and taken control of his now vulnerable mind. Savathun had been by our side for the last year in secret. She had helped us defeat Xivu Arath's High Celebrant. She had aided us in our plan to force Keitel's hand into an armistice. She had shepherded Crow on his journey to becoming a guardian alongside us, and she had even worked to place the Elixni on our walls to manipulate Lakshmi so that she could be removed from the picture, and to engage the Vex and create the endless night. But now, contained in this crystalline prison, she had struck a deal with Mara Sov. Osiris would be released back to us, and he would be alive, only if we could find a way to release Savathun from her worm. As part of their pact with the worm gods long ago, all Hive consumed these symbiote worms. They were granted immortality by them, but it would require a continual tithe of terrible violence and bound the Hive in eternal service to the darker forces behind the worm gods. Savathun wanted to be liberated of that tithe, the tithe that linked her to the Witness. Begrudgingly, we were forced to accept. Saint 14 was outraged, of course, but he had little choice in the matter either. This was the only way for him to get his partner back, and so he had to work alongside the Awoken to free the witch of her worm. To separate Savathun from her worm, Mara Sov would need her newly assembled coven of Techians to be restored. They had recovered her from the Ascendant Plane, but in the process of reaching back to the Dreaming City, they had had to scatter themselves along the ley lines. Now they were actively trying to hide from the forces of the Hive War God, or needed to be purified and brought back into the fold. This required us to enter the Ascendant Plane, and to light beacons that had led the Techians down the path to Mara. In doing so, we would free certain small portions of the Ascendant Plane from Xivu Arath's influence, and carve into it a new shape. A shape of safety that the Techians might use to find their way home. Recovering the new Techian Coven would also help to strengthen the Awoken once more. These powerful figures might have been from a newer generation of less experienced Techians, but they were still empowered with some of the most potent magics at the Awoken's disposal. It was absolutely imperative that they all be brought home if possible. Crow's return to the reef was also a cause of major disruption. He had still not been told the whole truth of his identity by the Vanguard. His reunion with his sister Mara Sov left nothing but questions. He felt as though he should know this person. She was clearly important, for more reasons than just her title, but he just couldn't place it. Mara would see the reality of what had happened as well, and to a certain extent, she certainly resented it. The Vanguard was keeping the truth of Crow's identity from him. They had said that it was for his own protection, for his own good. But the shadows of the man he had once been still clung to him like dust to a grave. It brought Mara a considerable degree of pain, and it also caused Petra Venj to put a knife to his throat on at least one occasion. Crow did not understand why, but he was growing more and more resentful of the asymmetry of his situation, and wished to understand what he had done to cause so much anger and so much hatred. One day, his patience and his resolve faltered. Savathun had promised that she could enlighten him as to his past actions. It isn't known what power allowed her to do this, but she might have manipulated an ability of the darkness known as Deep Sight in order to feed Crow's memories back to him. Whatever she did, Crow's old memories from his time in the life of Uldren Sov returned, all at once. He remembered who he had been, and what he had done to his people, to the Guardians, to the city, to Cade. It was too much for Crow to bear. He fled to his vessel, and would go into a period of isolation for some time, refusing to speak to anyone but his ghost. The horrors that he had committed, the pain that he had inflicted. Crow now saw the evil that people had understood him for, and was ashamed, deeply ashamed. For the pain that Savathun had inflicted, Mara invoked her power and silenced the Witch Queen in her prison. Up until the moment when she would be liberated from her worm, there would be no more words out of this deceiver. But at this point, the damage had already been done. But Mara was not quite done with us yet. We could still play our part in the coming ritual, and in order to do so, there were certain tools of the Awoken that we could collect and make use of. With this end in mind, Mara Sov set us on the path to a weapon that better explained her own connection to her resurrected brother. The weapon was known as Arga's Scepter, a powerful tool that could carve away paths within the Ascendant Plane to fulfill one's own desires. It was initially meant for Uldren, but it was passed on to us. Mara told us the story behind this weapon, a story of Arga's scepter and Riga's crown, an analogy for herself and Uldren, herself and Crow. She had explained that across the gulf of space and time, they were cosmically linked. Their hearts beat as one, and they could sense each other's presence from far-off places. But the brother she had known, the brother she had seen as a tool to be used at her discretion, was now gone. Now she would have to rebuild her relationship with a new person, with Crow. And she would have to prove that she could change, that she could show Crow the respect he was owed. After months of preparation, the time eventually came. Xivu Arath's forces were clawing at the edge of the Woken territory, and it was finally time to extract Savathun's worm. The ritual would pit all of Xivu's forces against the combined might of the Guardians and the Corsairs of the Reef. We succeeded in drawing out Savathun's worm, after defeating many of Xivu's champions. But before she could be ended by Mara Sov, the Witch Queen escaped. True to her word, Osiris was left with us, and he was technically unharmed, but he was also locked into a deep coma, and he would be unresponsive for months as he tossed and turned, fighting against the visions of the Witch Queen's mind, trying to uncover and unmask what secrets within it that he could. But with Osiris having been liberated, and with her actions having caused us significant ire, our next task was a simple one. We were to pursue the Witch Queen and take revenge against her. We also knew that now she was a weakened monarch. Without her worm, she was mortal. She would have only one life. If she died, it was all over. So our pursuit was even more desperate. And so in time, we would pursue her to the heart of her dominion. And though we expected to find a place of darkness there, what we discovered would change everything we thought we knew about darkness and light. Savathun's plans were in motion, and there was little we could do to stop them now. It would not take long for Savathun's forces to re-emerge, but it was unexpected for them to re-emerge above Mars of all places, a planet which had only recently been stolen by the Witness. Now Mars was back, and with even the faintest word of its return reaching the Hidden's ears, many agents within that order under Ikora's command converged upon the Red Planet, Eris Morn amongst their number. It wouldn't take them long to discover something they couldn't easily explain. A mysterious relic of the pyramids had been found on Mars. It was brimming with paracausal potential and the powers of darkness. As Ikora landed to investigate the relic, Keitel's Cabal also arrived and began assembling artillery with lightning speed. But they weren't here to fight for whatever this pyramid relic was. Their quarry quickly revealed itself, a massive hive vessel, Savathun's flagship, the Lure. We were dispatched to Mars with all haste and discovered that the planet was covered in temporal anomalies. Walking through these strange rifts, we would get a glimpse into the Martian past. More pressingly, there was now a large force of Cabal we needed to bypass to reach Savathun. We unfortunately had to dispatch of them before we boarded the vessel, but when we did board it, something was clearly wrong. The hive on this ship was surrounded by moths. Moths filled with light. In a certain sense, this wasn't so unusual. Moths generally do accompany the hive and are found in places of death. But for them to be full of light was strange. Normally the hive would exploit or devour light, but for these living creatures to persist and seemingly shield the hive themselves, it was strange. They were not things of darkness, clearly, and yet they clung to the hive in all of their evil. Something didn't make sense. There was only one true remnant of darkness within the vessel that we discovered, an artifact of the Black Fleet at the foot of a half-destroyed statue. We wouldn't know it at the time, but this half-destroyed statue was a statue of the first disciple of the Witness, Rulk, and the artifact that we had retrieved from beneath it was supposed to be a gift for Savathun should she ever ascend to the rank of a disciple, a gift that now she would never receive, as we would soon discover. When we reached the heart of the vessel, we found a portal into Savathun's throne world and saw the Witch Queen retreating through. But we would make an even more distressing discovery as we approached. A knight of remarkable strength and size emerged from the portal. But stranger still, there was a ghost at his side, and when we felled him once, the ghost resurrected him, and he began to use the powers of the light, just like a titan would have. This would be the first time in our history that we would face off against a hive guardian, and unfortunately, it would not be the last. We would have to become very accustomed to the practice of crushing the hive ghosts so that they could not resurrect their charges. But after this moment, our initial assumption was rather clear. For these terrible things to have happened, Savathun must surely have found a way to steal the light somehow. So we pursued her into her throne world and discovered the extent of her use of the light. Instead of being a terrible place of darkness like the throne worlds of Crota and Oryx, her throne was different. It was filled with light. This place wasn't home to a typical hive brood either. These were the Lucent Hive, Savathun's own brood, that were also reflected in the light's luminous sheen. They were using the light as a weapon against us. Their guardians were formidable. But so was Savathun. Quickly, we caught up with her, and we thought we had momentarily defeated her, but of course it was far too simple. Merely a deceptive echo, which quickly subdued us and cast us out of the throne world. We were left abandoned on the sands of Mars by the relic, and so we returned to it, where Ikora was standing there, waiting for us. We reported our initial findings to Ikora, and took the artifact we had discovered to the nearby relic itself. It then began to react to us, and granted us a new power of darkness, known as Deep Sight. Using Deep Sight, we were able to reveal the psychic echoes surrounding certain objects or people. This allowed us glimpses into their pasts and into their minds. It could also be used by the relic to adjust weapons, rewriting them as if pulling them from another time or from a memory of something that they could have been. A relic of power such as this, combined with the artifact recovered from Savathun's ship, could create something remarkable. And under the scrutiny of the relic, the artifact changed. It created something new, a glaive, the Enigma, a weapon that had been intended for Savathun, a weapon whose designs and specifications dated back to a culture that had been destroyed eons before the Hive or humanity. This was an original design of the Lubraeans, one that Rulk had been fond of, one of the only legacies of his homeworld to have survived. With our new weapon in hand, Ikora instructed us to make further excursions into the throne world. We had to discover how Savathun had stolen the light at all costs, and now we had a new power at our disposal with Deepsight. Maybe we could use it to understand more about what had happened. Not long into our incursion, we encountered an unlikely ally, a defector of sorts. His name was Finch, and he was one of the ghosts of the Lucent Hive who had decided not to resurrect his guardian after a certain amount of time getting to know him. His guardian just so happened to be a Hive Knight, whose body Finch could always be found loitering by. Finch made a quick diplomatic request for safety and cooperation in order to assure that he would survive. He would assist the Guardians in their investigation and do his best to understand how Savathun had stolen the light. Whilst our ghost wasn't initially trusting of Finch, he more than proved himself as time progressed. He first informed us that if we wanted clues, we might want to start with Sagira's ghost shell. Savathun had stolen it when she abducted Osiris, and it was still in her possession, located in a temple somewhere within the throne world. Currently, it represented one of our only clues as to how she had gone about with her theft of the light. It was at this point that we also discovered that the Scorn had entered the throne world. Their presence here was an enigma, one seemingly unexplained. At first we thought it might be Fikrul the Fanatic, commanding them to encounter and conquer new lands. But this wasn't the case. Finch quickly explained that with Savathun's light in the throne world, there would need to be a more powerful overriding force of darkness to counter and control them. A counterbalancing force couldn't possibly be Fikrul. Savathun's light was simply too powerful. This was our first hint at the menace that we would later face. This and the looming pyramid far off in the distance. When we discovered Sagira's shell, it was found in a ruined temple to Savathun's sister, Xivu Arath, the Hive God of War. When we grabbed it, we heard a brief psychic echo of Savathun. It stated that she had stood before an ancient being with 1,000 names. She would name one of them, the Witness. This was the first time our guardians had heard of the ancient foe's identity, the ancient foe that had brought about our collapse, the same foe that commanded the Black Fleet and that had reached out to tempt us with stasis. We didn't know it at the time, but we had just unmasked Savathun's greatest enemy and humanity's most ancient foe. But aside from this one psychic echo, the shell was inert, and we would need more clues to continue our investigation. But thanks to good sleuthing, we quickly discovered a new location deep in Savathun's throne world, hidden to all but the keenest of eyes, a place known as the Altar of Reflection. Amplifying our powers of deep sight here allowed us to tap into the psychic echoes of Sagira's shell more closely, and we heard more context from the words of Savathun that had manifested around Sagira's shell. We learned that she had used Osiris's form to get close to us and learn more about the nature of the light. It felt like our investigations were starting to bear fruit, and so we continued to search for more objects to interact with. Our deep sight was now the key to our investigation. Leveraging its power of insight, we would be able to see what was going on with the past of any object that we recovered from the throne world. Taking it to the Altar of Reflection allowed us to glimpse what had been and unveil more of Savathun's plans. Eager to prove his worth, Finch quickly found another lead for us on an object that might help us discern Savathun's plans, and it most certainly was a compelling lead. A temple dedicated to Oryx, guarded by Alak-Hul, the former Darkblade, who had now been reborn in the light, was supposedly housing an object of incredible power that Savathun had stolen from Oryx's dreadnought. Unfortunately for the guardian of this sanctuary, Alak-Hul, the long-awaited rematch between us and him ended much the same way as the first encounter did, and within the Lucent Temple of the Navigator, he was struck down once more. And as it turned out, the temple did indeed contain a powerful artifact from Oryx's past, a Tablet of Ruin, one of Oryx's ancient records in which he recorded the secrets he stole from Akka, the secret behind the power to take. Returning the Tablet of Ruin to the Altar of Reflection showed us more of Oryx's power to take. It told us that this power was the power to move things between dimensions, and that the Witness also had this power. The psychic echo of Savathun proclaimed her plan, that she would use this power not to take, but to save. She would hide the Traveler away in her own throne world, and seal it away so that she could keep it safe and keep it for herself. This meant that the urgency of the stakes was starting to become even more clear. We needed more leads. Finch made another educated guess. He stated that there might be another clue hidden in a third temple. This time, instead of being dedicated to one of Savathun's siblings, this was a temple dedicated to Savathun herself, or rather, her younger self, Sathona. We raided this temple and discovered a worm familiar on a statue that represented the younger version of the Witch Queen. As it turned out, this wasn't some effigy of a worm familiar. It was the original worm familiar, the one that had been sent by Rulk to the Osmium King, the one that had whispered to Savathun and the Osmium King of a terrible calamity that would be written in the stars, of the Godwave. This was the thing that had whispered to Savathun and convinced her and her sisters to go down into the deep. This was the reason that the Hive existed, the original mover in a plan set in motion long ago. But this worm was well guarded. We had to fight our way through an illusion of an Ahamkara, whose might was palpable and whose strength and reinforcements were quickly descending upon us. Escaping from out of the Temple of the Cunning, we were able to make our way back to the Altar of Reflection. But this time, when we approached with the worm, something barred our access to it immediately. We couldn't even enter the altar. Our only lead had suddenly turned into a dead end. Ikora believed that she had grown tunnel-visioned in the investigation and took a moment to distance herself from the search thanks to growing pressure from Zavala. His belligerence certainly didn't help. He wasn't keen on the idea of us using Deep Sight either, given that it was yet another illicit use of a power of darkness. This didn't stop him from fully accepting what Eris Morn said, though. As one of our foremost experts in the power of darkness, she was ready to assist us in our next steps. She had discovered something that would unstick our investigation. Deep in Savathun's apothecary wing, one of her High Council wizards held a shard of crystal. This crystal shard had been from the prison that Mara Sov had placed Savathun into only half a year ago. The same prison that she had communed with us from. The same prison from which she had dislodged Aldrin's memory into Crow's mind. We rushed to retrieve the shard, and despite fierce resistance, we were able to retrieve it. The forces there included Savathun's right hand, one of her High Council wizards. But even she was not enough to stop us. This time, as we brought the crystal shard to the Altar of Reflection, we were granted ingress, and a shocking truth was revealed to us. Through the use of our deep sight, we saw the moment after Savathun had been freed from her worm, and we saw that she transported herself to a cliffside near the last city. Breaking out of the prison had left her mortally wounded, and with no worm, her immortality was gone. She pulled the shard of crystal from her side and knelt on the cliffside in the sight of the traveler, speaking to it, espousing the possibility that it had been clever enough to deceive her and allow her to simply die. And then she did. We witnessed her final death. Clawing and beating at the edges of reality, she simply passed away. There was no climactic final battle. There was no death at the hands of a great warrior. She simply faded. And then a ghost appeared. Immaru. He had found Savathun's corpse, and as ghosts do, he scanned it. More shocking still, he deemed her worthy of the Traveler's light. To say that this newfound truth would shake us to our core is an understatement. Savathun, as it turns out, had never stolen the light. It had been willingly given to her by the Traveler. The Hive was some of the Traveler's most ancient enemies. They had committed countless atrocities against humanity and the Elixni. They had persistently hunted the Traveler with the desire to consume its light. And yet, one of the greatest foes the Traveler had ever known had been chosen and had been deemed worthy. As if this revelation wasn't shocking enough, Savathun herself quickly made an appearance within the Altars of Reflection. She had been watching us the whole time, and she had gained a crucial insight thanks to our actions. It's worth remembering that Savathun died and was reborn as a Guardian. Guardians have no memories of their past lives, but within Savathun's throne world, she has a unique degree of insight and can see all things that happen. With this in mind, Savathun was able to watch our every single move within the Altar of Reflection. She didn't remember her plan. She had made it long ago in her past life. But now, we had fed that same plan back to her. She didn't need to remember it. We had remembered it for her. And suddenly it was clear that this was all a trap laid for us by the Witch Queen all along. We were meant to follow her. We were meant to find the relic of the Black Fleet within her ship. We were meant to bring it to the relic and craft the Enigma, discovering Deepsight. We were meant to find Sagira's shell, and the Tablet of Ruin, and the Crystal Shard. We were meant to feed Savathun's plan back to her. And we had done exactly that. Now she knew exactly what she intended to do. She would abduct the Traveler, seal her throne world, and cut us off from the light for good. We were promptly ejected from the Altar of Reflection. We had failed. Savathun had her plan in place now. It was only a matter of time. We had been pawns in it all along. But Ikora in this moment had some resolve. Despite the supposed treachery of the Traveler, she would go on and keep fighting for the people of the Last City, the ones that she had sworn to protect. Even if the Traveler had betrayed us, it didn't matter. We would still use the light to defend humanity. That was our purpose after all. And besides, there was one remaining lead in this investigation. The Worm Familiar. We had still not been able to read it via the Altars of Reflection, but the altar wasn't the only way to access Deepsight. We had originally found it from the relic on Mars, and so Ikora took the Familiar to the relic and used darkness via Deepsight to discern the worm's secrets. It was here that she saw the truth never told in the Books of Sorrow or the World's Grave or any ancient histories of the Hive. The Worm Familiar contained a psychic echo of the words of the Witness itself. It was speaking to its first disciple, Rulk, and we heard the words of its plan exposed. It would tell the most cunning of the three siblings of a coming cataclysm. It would force them to go down into the deep. It would force them to take the pact of the worms and to become the Hive. But there would be no Godwave. There would be no cataclysm. Savathun might have been the god of deception, but the Witness had lied to the Hive all along. This was a small piece of information relative to the coming calamity that Savathun was about to bring, but it was crucial nonetheless. It was perhaps the only break in Savathun's armor that we could find. There was little more we could do now. We simply had to return to Savathun's throne world and confront her once and for all. And when we arrived, we saw that she had already begun her ritual. The Traveler had begun to manifest in the skies above the throne world. If we didn't hurry, the throne world would be sealed and the Traveler would be stuck here forever. So we raced to the pinnacle of Savathun's throne world, bringing the Worm Familiar with us. When we entered Savathun's ritual space and attempted to dislodge her progress, we realized that the altar at its center was deep sight compatible. It could show Savathun the truth of the deception played upon her by the Witness, and so we placed the Worm Familiar upon it. The truth confused and then enraged the Witch Queen. It made her reckless. This weakness was just enough. It exposed the Witch Queen. Savathun had always believed herself to be superior, but now she was rattled. At the apex of the throne world, in a great battle of light against light, we fought with the Witch Queen Savathun. And despite all the odds stacked against us, despite Savathun's ancient and unknown powers, despite her having won in the battle of lies and deception, she fell. We were victorious. But in her moment of defeat, Savathun warned us that we had only succeeded in leaving the Traveler vulnerable. She told us that the Witness was returning, and that the game was ours to play now, win or lose. Before we could crush her ghost Imaru, a great beam of light appeared from above. The Traveler had left and was returned to the lost city, and in this bright shining light, Imaru disappeared as well. The Hidden would come to collect Savathun's remains for study, and we had a new objective. Savathun had given us the final warning we needed. Our foe was unmasked, the Witness. We needed to learn more of it, we needed to prepare for it. We would need to face it and defeat it for ourselves. We weren't done in the throne world either. We learned more of the Witness from Mara Sov, who intended to discover more about it via Savathun's worm. It had been there during the entirety of Savathun's life, and had witnessed the collapse, those crucial moments where the Witness's forces had been defeated. As is seemingly tradition at this point, we would end up weaponizing this creature on our path to restoring it, and it would begrudgingly inform us that Savathun had played a key role in preventing the Witness from completely destroying us in the collapse. It wouldn't be some time before we learned what that effort was, but we did discover that it was Savathun's actions of killing Nezarec and stealing the veil, thus preventing the Witness from enacting the final shape. But the greatest mystery of the throne world was one that was yet to reveal itself. There was a pyramid, far off in the distance. Its influence had begun to corrupt Savathun's throne world, visibly. Whilst her core structures were still cast in a lucent sheen, the further away from the heart of Savathun's throne world that one ventured, the more it was visible that the pyramid's corruption was seeping outward. Eventually, Savathun's own structures fell into decay, and an entirely new kind of architecture arose. Ancient pyramid complexes, the architecture of the Black Fleet. This was no coincidence. This was the vessel of the first disciple of the Witness, Rolk. He had been cursed by Savathun when she had taken the light, but even though the curse had sunken Rolk's pyramid vessel into the bog, it couldn't prevent Rolk from exercising his power. He was still sending out his forces, namely the scorn we had encountered throughout our journey, into Savathun's throne world proper. Her forces were losing a ground war against his, and we still didn't know of his existence until we investigated the pyramid for ourselves. That was where we first heard the words of the first disciple of the Witness. He saw our power and had seen that we had defeated the Witch Queen, and so he invited us into his pyramid, and to either accept the gifts of the Witness, or to fall as its enemies, to be subjugated, to rise from the deep, or drown within it. We pursued the first disciple of the Witness into the heart of his own vessel, and at each turn we were offered power, but we spurned it. We destroyed his caretaker. We undid his dark offerings, and we traipsed through his many vessels that he had collected from Sol. In the end, despite our efforts, Rulk had seen the supposed measure of our power and deemed us unfit to join the Witness. We had been the Defiant, and as was seemingly tradition in Rulk's eyes, there was nothing more for us to be, except crushed. To this end, he deployed his ultimate weapon, the Upended, a super weapon powered by the mother of the worm gods, Sita, who still lay within Rulk's pyramid as his captive. The exact function of this weapon was unknown, but it could supposedly turn worlds upside down and was powerful enough to seal Savathun's throne world from the light, rendering us helpless. And so we sped on to confront the disciple, and pushed to destroy him with all haste. Rulk was by far the most powerful being we had faced up until this point. His power eclipsed both that of Oryx and Savathun. His command of darkness was unyielding. But Rulk had one weakness: arrogance. He strode across the battlefield, not as a great destroyer and a conqueror, but as one who was watching, seeing us claw our way towards victory as an entertainment. He underestimated us, and his hubris would be his undoing. By our combined powers of light and dark, by the time we had dealt the mortal blow, Rulk realized it was too late. His last words, faithful even in his dying breath, were a plea to the Witness for forgiveness. And thus the first disciple fell. Thus did we prove that the Witness's forces were not unassailable, and that they would not conquer us so easily. We had dealt the first serious blow to our enemies. It would not be the last. The war had just begun. But back on Earth, we had other issues to deal with. Savathun might have been defeated, but her forces and her brood were running rampant across the system, and were harvesting the light from the lost city's guardians, fledgling guardians in particular, who were not powerful enough to fend off these newcomers of equal station. We first learnt of this thanks to a rather confrontational conversation in the tower hangar, one between Lord Saladin and Keitel. Our earlier actions on Mars at the very beginning of the conflict involved us killing some of her advanced forces. They had fired upon us first, and so Keitel agreed to forgive the transgression but once. This would be something she would never repeat, true to her word. Zavala seized upon this moment of diplomacy and proposed a joint action of sorts, an allied strike against the enemy of Keitel's enemy, against the Hive Guardians. Using her Scion forces, Keitel would help us to secure Hive Guardians within a mindscape. We would then enter their own psyches and render them effectively brain dead by destroying their inner selves. In this state, their minds could be scrubbed for intelligence by the Scions, and their plans could eventually be deduced. Crow immediately took issue with the plan, believing that it wasn't right to put even monsters through such torment. He had once been seen by everyone as a monster, and he saw that the way we treated our enemies had an important impact on the way that we treated each other as well. Saladin would temper his beliefs by saying that whilst mercy was important, mercy for one's foes shouldn't come at the cost of mercy to one's allies. But at the time, Crow didn't listen. Rejecting this wisdom would have grave consequences. Eventually, we discovered what the Hive's plan was. They were gathering light above the Scarlet Keep, and were intending to use the keep as an amplifier for a ritual. This ritual would have manifested Savathun's throne world above Earth, on the moon. This would have allowed them to engage in a direct assault on Earth, and would have let them take the Traveler if we did not stop them immediately. Together with Keitel's forces, we confronted these Hive, and destroyed their commander before they could finish the ritual. Crow had been unresponsive during this operation, and the reason why would soon hit us, like a ton of bricks. When nobody was watching, Crow had returned to the command carrier that the Vanguard was using, parked within the last city, the Helm. It was here that one of Keitel's Scion Optuses was scrubbing through the minds of the various captured hive. In this moment, Crow followed his convictions and did what he believed was right, disconnecting the Scion from the captured hive. This would allow the hive to finally rest, as they were no longer in a state of limbo. But unfortunately, in doing so, the Scion who was connected to the hive was also killed. Crow lamented his error, but Saladin quickly arrived on the scene and chastised him for his foolishness. Keitel would not so easily forgive this mistake. We had already been offered mercy once for our own transgressions. Crow would need to face the consequences of his actions, with Cabal justice in mind. When Crow confessed his error to Keitel, she demanded that he take responsibility. A life for a life was her way, and Crow's life would be forfeit for his actions. But Saladin, in a moment of fearless sacrifice, stepped forth before Keitel and said that he would honor her. He forfeit his own life in place of Crow's. Bravery like this was something to be celebrated in the eyes of the Cabal. Saladin had offered his own life in a form of payment, and whilst it would have been tradition for him to die, there was something else that could have been done. Keitel could finally achieve what she had always wanted, a light-bearer on her war council. And so she decided to conduct a different form of justice. Saladin's life from that moment would be forfeit, but it wouldn't mean his death. Instead, she demanded justice in the form of a lifetime of service from Lord Saladin. He would become her Brachus, and he would serve her faithfully on the war council of her empire until the end of his days.
I hope everyone enjoyed. Still got a few more hours left, but I'm gonna go ahead and get some sleep. So